Chapter 1627. Although Fairy Luli asked for Yixian's help, if he obtained the sacred leader token, wouldn't Fairy Luli owe him a favor? Itinerant immortals can't take action, but I wonder if Wei Zhenqian can, Yixian thought to himself. However, the old tree was extremely suitable for snatching the sacred leader token, so he was a little hesitant. If he broke through to Ascension Realm Level 9, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian would all become itinerant immortals. If he changed the distribution method, then he could have one itinerant immortal battle force, and the other two could stay at Ascension Realm Level 9. Alright, that's it. After thinking for a while, Yixian made a decision and began to devour the fire attribute treasures, as well as the corpses of the Ascension beasts. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 2. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 3. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 5. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 4. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 6. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 5. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 7. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 6. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 9. System notifications rang out one after another. Yixian's plan was to first push the old tree to the peak of Ascension Realm Level 9. That way, the old tree would no longer have any restrictions. Then she would devour ores and the like to level up, because this way the old tree would not gain any experience points. However, at this moment, ding! Host has devoured the 9-dragon thunder flame. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has mutated. Spirit of Ashes has mutated into Ashes of Thunder Fire. These two system notifications caught Yixian off guard. There were many ways to upgrade the old tree. For example, the corpse of a heavenly beast, a heavenly treasure of the fire attribute, or even a heavenly flame. There was a dragon-shaped heavenly flame in the interspatial ring. It was the 9-dragon thunder flame, ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame list. It was this 9-dragon thunder flame that caused the old tree to mutate. F***ck, what a pleasant surprise. Yixian was shocked and quickly checked the new attributes of the old tree. Spirit of Ashes' name had been changed to Ember of Thunderfire, and the 3 skills of the old tree had all changed. The Flaming Sun Rope turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Astral Chain, the Blazing Fire Dome turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, and the remaining flames turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Apart from that, there was also another big move, 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. This move had a cooldown of 1 day. Haha, I've made a profit. I've made a huge profit. Yixian's eyes flickered with excitement. He originally only wanted the old tree to be upgraded to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He immediately ordered the old tree to fight the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian in the planting space. Remnant Flame could originally split into 2 clones, but this new 9 Dragons Thunder Flash allowed him to create 9 clones. This could confuse others and at the same time increase his speed and range. The first attack power had also increased from 30% to 50%. Most importantly, the old tree's attack was mixed with the lightning attribute, which had a paralyzing effect. He only needed 1 punch to turn the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian into pieces. Of course, the old tree was currently in Heaven Ascension Stage 9, 6 levels higher than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian. It was normal for him to kill them instantly. As the other 3 skills all had cooldowns, Yixian didn't let the old tree use them for the time being. Previously, the old tree had always been 2 levels higher than Yixian. Now that he had poured all his resources into him, he was 3 levels higher than Yixian. Yixian and the old tree had a contract that guaranteed their levels. Therefore, the old tree's level wouldn't be lower than Yixian, but it also wouldn't exceed Yixian by 3 levels. As long as Yixian didn't break through to Heaven Ascension Stage 7, the old tree would at most be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, and wouldn't break through to Loose Immortal. Therefore, Yixian once again devoured some fire attribute heavenly treasures, and the old tree successfully broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After all, he had more than doubled his growth. At this time, Yixian was only in the middle of Heaven Ascension Stage 6. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this old man to reach the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Truly unexpected. The old tree was even more excited than Yixian. Thinking back, he was only a wish fulfillment realm devil tree battle soldier. After following Yixian, he broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage. Then, the next step would be to become a loose immortal. Old tree, I'm going to snatch that holy leader token, so don't undergo your tribulation for now, Yixian quickly reminded. No problem. I'll definitely get that holy leader token. The old tree was full of confidence. After all, he was now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even facing Lin Guangyao, who had the colored glazed treasure body, the old tree was confident that he could send him flying with a punch. The first step had been completed, so the next step was the second. Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhentian, it's your turn now. After saying this, Yixian began to devour the ores and weapons. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 7. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After Yixian devoured a large amount of ores and materials, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had finally reached the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. At this moment, Yixian was thinking whether to continue devouring. The peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9 was just a step away from becoming a rogue immortal. He just didn't know if Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could successfully break through to the rogue immortal realm. Old tree is now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If the three of them help me, the others won't be able to defeat me. Yixian thought inwardly. However, he was still hesitating. He wanted Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to break through directly because Wei Zhentian was a weapon. He didn't know if weapons would be punished by the heavens if they attacked in Penglai Divine Land. It's better to be cautious. I'll let them stay at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Yixian decided to give up. Anyway, with the strength of the four of them, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Penglai Divine Land. As long as the rogue immortals didn't interfere, they were almost invincible. Although Yixian hadn't reached Heaven Ascension Stage 9 yet, he didn't care. With his current strength, he had the confidence to fight alone. Chapter 1628. In the planting space, the mutated old tree was already fighting with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. One had to admit that the mutated old tree was extremely powerful. He had no problem fighting against two opponents at the same time. Previously, he was only stronger than Wei Zhentian and weaker than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor when they were at the same level. Now, he was even stronger than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian combined. Ha ha ha, try this. The old tree looked at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian who were charging towards him. Suddenly, he threw out 9 lightning fire chains. This was the Lightning Fire Ember's new skill, the 9 Dragon Lightning Chain. There was a total of 9 chains that were locked onto the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The two of them couldn't break free in a short time. The 9 Dragon Lightning Chain had a paralyzing effect, but it didn't have much effect on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree suddenly turned into 9 dragon shadows and charged towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Rumble. The 9 dragon shadows hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning, followed by a loud rumbling sound. This was considered one of the old tree's ultimate moves. The power of this attack wasn't small. Even Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't block it completely. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is revived. There was a difference between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The latter was made of metal, while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was just a skeleton under the armor. Under the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was killed instantly. Of course, if that attack had landed on Wei Zhenqian, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it. That 9-dragon lightning flame is really a blessing. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. The old tree had devoured at least 40 types of mysterious flames. However, none of them could make him mutate. Coincidentally, Fairy Luli gave him a 9-dragon lightning flame. He was really lucky. If that wasn't the case, the old tree would still be the spirit of ash, and its combat power would only be slightly stronger than Wei Zhenqian. With these 3 great generals present, it could be said that Yi Xian was determined to obtain this Holy Lord command token. Unfortunately, he had already promised Fairy Luli, otherwise, he would have definitely taken this Holy Lord command token for himself. Very quickly 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian did not step out of the house. Otherwise he might scare Fairy Luli to death. Breaking through from the 1st tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm in a single day was too terrifying. Although this was also the case for willfulness, he had once secluded himself in the Life Saint sect. He had merely suppressed his cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he had truly broken through. Yi Xian, how's your cultivation coming along? At noon on the 3rd day, Fairy Luli couldn't help but ask about the situation. Don't worry. I will definitely get the Holy Leader's token this time. Yi Xian did not directly say that he had broken through to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Ascension state. Alright. When Fairy Luli heard this, she was overjoyed. However, she did not disturb Yi Xian. After all, this period of time was very crucial. Time passed little by little. The outside world was calm and peaceful. However, on the 7th day, Yi Xian, just now the Penglai demon tribe sent news that the Demon Emperor's successor has successfully refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Tomorrow we will head directly to the Penglai demon tribe. Fairy Luli transmitted to Yi Xian. Have we arrived? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was not bad, compared to the Holy Leader's token, it was a little insignificant. Although the Glazed Knights also had their eyes on this Holy Leader's token, they knew that no matter who the Holy Leader's token fell into, it could not fall into the hands of the Evil Dao Holy Ground. Otherwise, when the Evil Dao Holy Ground's rogue immortals refined the Holy Leader's token, the Penglai Holy Ground's forces would be massacred. After all, the rogue immortals who refined the Holy Leader's token could fight in the Penglai Holy Ground without being punished by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, who would be able to fight against them? How's your cultivation going now? Fairy Luli asked curiously. Ascension Realm LV8. Yi Xian replied. What? This answer shocked Fairy Luli. Sure enough, she had not misjudged him. In just 7 days, Yi Xian had broken through from Ascension Realm LV1 to Ascension Realm LV8. It was simply inconceivable. If she had not seen Yi Xian before, she would have thought that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Come to the Glazed Holy Temple, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian headed to the Glazed Holy Temple. He knew that Fairy Luli wanted to see his realm with her own eyes. When he arrived, he found that there were already 3 people sitting inside. One of them was Fairy Luli, while the other 2 were one thought monk from the Buddhist Holy Ground and Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th Army. In fact, before Yi Xian arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple, the 3 of them had already felt the aura in Yi Xian's body. Ascension Realm LV8. Sure enough, he was Ascension Realm LV8. The 3 of them had already widened their eyes in shock. Moreover, Fairy Luli also sensed that Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th stage, the same as Lin Guangyao. It's truly inconceivable. He actually broke through to Ascension Realm LV8. Lin Guangyao said in disbelief. Could this benefactor be the reincarnation of an immortal, but his inherited memories have yet to awaken? One thought monk could not help but ask. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Yi Xian greeted them respectfully. Not even 100 years old, yet you've cultivated to such a level. Even the Life Saint sect master cannot compare to your talent. Fairy Luli also sighed in amazement. The Life Saint sect master had only spent 200 years to become a loose immortal. This was a legend. In this world, only Yi Xian could compare to him. However, so what if his talent was good? It could not help with the current situation. Yi Xian, you and Yin Yuan will fight, Fairy Luli suddenly said. Afterwards, a female knight rushed into the glazed holy temple. She was Fairy Lu Li's eldest disciple, a gold knight at Ascension Realm LV9. Testing my strength? Fine. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and looked at the hot female knight in front of him. Fairy Lu Li had paid a great price to push him to his current realm. If his battle prowess was insufficient, he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle for the Holy Lord's token. Therefore Yi Xian had to defeat this Yin Yuan. Come. Yi Xian clenched his fists and said to Yin Yuan, "Excuse me." After Yin Yuan let out a low shout, her aura immediately increased by several times. She directly charged towards Yi Xian with her bare hands. Yin Yuan did not use any ability with this punch, but it tore open a long spatial crack. Even without the spatial crack, this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ascension Realm LV9 martial artist. This was the strength of a genius. Chapter 1629. Bang! Yi Xian casually threw out a punch, which collided with Yin Yuan's delicate fist. When the two true qis collided, a shockwave immediately swept out. At this moment, Yi Xian's fist seemed to have hit a piece of tofu. After all, his current physique was more than 100 times stronger than before. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yuan's arm was fractured, and she was blasted out of the lapis lazuli holy temple, challenging someone of a higher rank victory. Yin Yuan, who was sent flying by Yi Xian, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated. However, this was not the end. Bang! Yin Yuan quickly stabilized her body, and then rushed toward Yi Xian again. This time she used her left hand. Heaven-piercing magic? Lapis gold-shattering fist. This move could be considered her strongest attack. However, Yi Xian also knew how to use it. Ding! Lapis gold-shattering fist copied successfully. The moment Yi Xian made his move, Fairy Lu Li was shocked again. This was because she didn't teach Yi Xian this magic. How did Yi Xian learn it? This brat was indeed extraordinary. Boom! This time there was no suspense. Yin Yuan was sent flying again. Her left hand was even more miserable than her right hand. All the bones were shattered and blood flowed out. It had to be said that Yi Xian really didn't know how to show mercy to women. With just 2 punches he had crippled this hot female knight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to an expert of reaching Heaven Realm LV9. He could recover quickly. Not bad. A mere reaching Heaven Realm LV8 easily defeated Yin Yuan. Your strength is not bad. However, Yin Yuan's strength is at most on par with Commander Mali. If you want to participate in the next battle, you are not qualified. Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. In that case, please enlighten me, Legion Commander. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and cupped his fist toward Lin Guangyao. If he wanted to gain Fairy Lu Li's approval, he could only fight with Lin Guangyao. Good. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao immediately shouted and stood up. Currently in the Glazed Knights, apart from Fairy Lu Li and the 4 loose immortal rank commanders, there was no one else who could match them. As long as Yi Xian was qualified to fight him, the Glazed Knights would have one more powerful helper. Although Lin Guangyao was a realm higher than Yi Xian, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw how confident Yi Xian was. Yi Xian, come on. Lin Guangyao clenched his fists and said to Yi Xian. All right. Without saying a word, Yi Xian turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. This speed was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. One had to know that Yi Xian's shadow steps had been upgraded to 1000 Extinction Flash, and could be used in battle. This was a very practical skill. Although it consumed a lot of vital qi, he still had the immortal Phoenix bloodline to support it. This consumption could be recovered in an instant. Glazed gold shattering fist. This punch had already torn a long crack in space. Together with the glazed treasure body, its power was enormous. In addition, Yi Xian had the ultimate realm. Even if he used his fists, his attack power would be doubled. Facing this punch, Lin Guangyao's expression turned solemn. Then he stomped his foot forward and collided with Yi Xian. Bang! A loud sound spread in the glazed holy temple. Yi Xian and Lin Guangyao's fists collided. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched. But don't forget that Yi Xian had Unicorn's vital qi, which had the effect of burning everything in the world. The next moment, Lin Guangyao's right fist caught fire. What? Lin Guangyao was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames with his vital qi. Fortunately, he also had the glazed treasure body. Otherwise, this fist would have burned his bones. This time Lin Guangyao had to show his true strength. Glazed suppression sky ring. The vital qi in Lin Guangyao's body quickly circulated and suddenly gushed out. 5 types of light illuminated the entire glazed holy temple. This vital qi shook Yixian's body at lightning speed. Yixian only felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. In terms of magical powers he was weaker, but in the next moment he made up for this gap. Ding! Glazed suppression sky ring copied successfully. Just as this system notification sounded, Lin Guangyao attacked again. This time a large saber on the back of a tiger appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Yixian, who was sent flying. Since the opponent had already revealed his weapon, Yixian couldn't hold back. Wei Zhentian, come. Yixian directly took out the Sky Quake sword. He hadn't fought side by side with Wei Zhentian for a long time. This slash was Lin Guangyao's strongest attack. If he couldn't block it, his entire body would be cut in half. However, the glazed gold-shattering fist wasn't his strongest attack. Sky-piercing mystique. Nihility flame sword wave. Whoosh! 2 cold lights flashed, and 2 spatial cracks intersected. With a bang, Lin Guangyao's slash was directly shattered by the Nihility flame sword wave. Although the ultimate realm allowed Yixian to be proficient in any weapon, he was still used to using swords. After all, the Nihility flame sword wave was exchanged for with 2 devour points. Moreover, he had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline to increase his flame attack. If this attack couldn't destroy Lin Guangyao's saber light, then it would be too wrong. This attack was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. Even Glazed Fairy didn't expect it. However, it wasn't that easy to kill a glazed knight. Glazed suppression sky triple chain. Lin Guangyao used all his strength to perform this move. After all, Yixian's Nihility flame sword wave had clashed with the saber light once. After the triple chain shock, the power that fell on Lin Guangyao was not that great. Even so, this Nihility flame sword wave had directly injured Lin Guangyao, who had cultivated the glazed treasure body stage 6. If they continued to fight, Lin Guangyao would definitely lose. This attack had already determined the winner, so Glazed Fairy said, "That's enough, stop. There were more important things to do next. It wouldn't be good if he was injured here. If we continue to fight, I don't think I'm your match. You should still have a trump card that you haven't used, right?" Lin Guangyao quickly healed his injuries and said to Yixian, "Yes." Yixian nodded without any modesty. He had many trump cards. The Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Any one of them could probably fight with Lin Guangyao. In addition, he still had the Slaughter Mark skill that he hadn't used, and he didn't use the Bladestorm skill. With this strength he could probably fight with a rogue immortal, let alone Lin Guangyao. "Very good, I didn't misjudge you." Glazed Fairy's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She said, "But you're only at Ascension Stage 8 now. Can you still improve?" Chapter 1630. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yixian were enough to create several peak Ascension Stage LV9 experts. Now, if she wanted to raise him from Ascension Stage LV8 to peak Ascension Stage LV9, she would need several times more heavenly treasures than before. However, he knew that Fairy Luli would be willing to part with them. "Okay, I'll give them to you." Fairy Luli gritted her teeth and threw out several rare treasures from her Cosmos ring. These were priceless treasures that even Lin Guangyao would be envious of. This time Fairy Luli really put in a lot of effort. "This time I'm betting on you. If you fail, you have to pay me back 10 times. Fairy Luli suddenly said stingily. "Okay." Yixian didn't bargain. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he broke through again, who could fight him? "Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people have the ability to pass the immortal tribulation, but they've been suppressing their realms. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to loose immortals. You have to pay special attention to the 2 troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Nether," Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was peak Ascension Stage LV9, his cultivation time was too short, and the 3 evil Holy Lands probably sent out 10,000-year-old monsters. If one really wanted to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The second tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the 3 evil Holy Lands experts. As for the first tier, it was Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious, Death Emperor's successor Jianyi, Prince of Netherworld, and so on. Although they weren't as old as the second tier, they had great backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. For example, Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would be a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he used his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would be defeated. He had surpassed Lin Guangyao before breaking through, and was probably in the second tier. If he broke through to Ascension Stage LV9, he would definitely be in the first tier. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now in Heaven Ascension Stage LV9. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Connecting Heaven State Level 9. Ding! Host has met the Immortal Tribulation requirements. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system notifications rang out. 95% was already a very high success rate. Yi Xian estimated that as long as his 3 doppelgangers fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, even after successfully passing the tribulation, he still couldn't ascend to the immortal world because the passageway to the immortal world was closed. However, most of them had to start cultivating as itinerant immortals. Right now, there were still important matters to attend to. Thus, Yi Xian would not choose to undergo tribulation. He would first obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. He actually broke through from LV8 to the peak of LV9 in an instant. Truly. Fairy Luli and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. With your current realm, I'm afraid I can't even take a punch from you, Lin Guangyao said self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be in the first tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the third tier, could fight. Very good. With your help, the Glazed Knights have the ability to fight the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld Holy Land, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Holy Leader Medallion, Yi Xian said confidently. Good. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether Yi Xian could really obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. The next day, they would head to Penglai to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Holy Land. Very soon a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation array that led directly to Penglai. It was very convenient. The next day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk One Thought, and Yi Xian to Penglai. Whoosh! The teleportation array began to operate. Yi Xian was a little excited because Luo Luo was born in Penglai. However, she had just been born and hadn't unlocked her inherited memories. She probably wouldn't recognize him. At this time, the vision in front of him shook. Yi Xian's senses suddenly became stronger. Although Luo Luo was reborn, she still had a connection with Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that Luo Luo was in the north. The distance was very close. However, there was already a group of demons waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up and said, I'm Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. The other forces have arrived? Fairy Luli asked directly. Yes. Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the appointed time, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation array, were the last to arrive. This made them feel a little helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan led Fairy Luli and the other 3 to the conference hall. There were a total of 4 forces participating in the war conference. In addition to the Penglai demons, there was also Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Therefore, they were a 4-way alliance. Soon Yi Xian and the other 3 were brought to the conference hall. At this time, there were already many people in the conference hall. Moreover, they weren't weak. The weakest was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. One of them was even a rogue immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table and was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was Old Immortal Tianju. Although he had already guessed it, after seeing Old Immortal Tianju's real body, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, this is a real hidden expert. When he wasn't a supremacy, He had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, crossing the 3 sovereign disasters in Heaven Ascension Stage 9. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who appeared in the remote Blood Rock continent was actually a rogue immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yixian followed Fairy Luli into the conference hall, and immediately became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone recognized him. However, where did this stranger Yixian come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yixian in the conference hall. He was the platinum radiant dragon, Headstrong. He had also come. Hey Yixian! When Headstrong saw Yixian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 1631. Headstrong was an itinerant immortal previously, which was why he could recover to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage level 9 so quickly. However, Yixian had climbed up by himself. It was unbelievable that he could break through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage level 9 in an instant. Headstrong carefully sized up Yixian. He estimated that Yixian's strength was probably not weaker than his. What a monster! At this time, there was a young man beside Headstrong who was also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage level 9. He should be the chief disciple of the Life Saint sect, Run Feng. In addition, there was the number 1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, and old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The geniuses of the Penglai demon race, Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, Life Saint sect, and Buddhist sect were all present. Fairy Luli led Yixian and the other 2 and sat down. At this time, old immortal Tianju's gaze fell on Yixian and said, "You don't look surprised. It seems that you already know my identity." Hearing this, Fairy Luli was shocked. Everyone also turned to look at Yixian. "Greetings, senior." Yixian hurriedly stood up and greeted. "It's fine. I watched you grow from the Blood Rock continent to where you are today. There's no need to be restrained," old immortal Tianju said slowly. When he met Yixian back then, Yixian was fighting with the demon race. Later, he could not bear to see the demon race of the wasteland go extinct, so he stepped in to stop it. At that time, Yixian was only at the Void God realm. He was not even a supremacy. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were surprised. Blood Rock continent? Isn't that the Demon Emperor's hometown? Yes, the Demon Emperor seems to be from the wasteland demon race of the Blood Rock continent. I didn't expect this young man to come from the same place as the Demon Emperor. However, that place is too barren. So old immortal Tianju only condensed an energy clone to guard that place. In the meeting hall, some demon race people were discussing in low voices. Yixian finally understood. The demon emperor that these demon race people were talking about was the dragon sparrow fairy, old immortal Tianju's wife. Who would have thought that the Blood Rock continent actually produced such an awesome figure? We'll talk about the little fox later. Let's talk business first. After old immortal Tianju finished speaking, he couldn't help but look around and said, "This time our opponent's background is not small, everyone should know. There are quite a few 9th tier Heaven Ascension realm experts from the various major powers who can participate, but in terms of top tier battle prowess, I'm afraid that we're still inferior to them." That's right. As far as I know, the Evil Path Holy Land has brought a lot of experts, more than us, Fairy Luli said. The surrounding people couldn't help but size him up. The Emperor of Death's successor is one, the Prince of Netherworld is another, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon is another. Although my Penglai demon clans Yao Tian and Tianju Palace's Lin Zhanhao are not bad, they can't compare to them. An elder from the demon race said. They divided their strength into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of the Wayward 3, the second tier consisted of Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao, and the third tier consisted of people like Lin Guangyao. If the 3 echelons were added together, they would be able to gather 30 people. But this time the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had sent at least 50 people, so it was a bit difficult to handle. Yixian sat there silently, listening to the discussions of the others, and sneered in his heart. His strength was definitely in the first tier. When the time came to join forces with Wayward, they could fight the Emperor of Death's successor, and the Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were all 9th tier Heaven Ascension realm experts. Although their strength wasn't considered top tier, Other than Wei Jinqian, the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be in the second tier. Most importantly, Yixian still had the planting space. Even if he encountered the Emperor of Death's successor, as long as he caught him off guard, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Yixian, on the other hand, didn't really listen to this meeting. It was nothing more than some strategic deployments, team formation, and so on. In any case, everyone thought that he was on the same level as Lin Guangyao, so they didn't take him to heart. Kid, you want to help that little girl Luli get the Holy Leader token? Wayward suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yixian. Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm still in the first tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. In order to help me break through, she also paid a huge price. Yixian replied. You scammer. If you had said so earlier, I would have just given it to you. Then I could have used the Holy Leader token to force a marriage. Wayward was helpless. Didn't you want the Heavenspan treasure map? Yixian asked in shock. The Heavenspan treasure map is what my Life Saint sect needs, but I've changed my mind. Now that we're together, it'll be much more convenient for us to explore the passage to the immortal world in the future. Wayward raised his eyebrows and said, Now that you've come out of nowhere, you've made things a lot more difficult for me. However, if we really meet, I won't show you any mercy. Haha. Then let's fight when the time comes. Yixian couldn't help but laugh in response. Since fusing with the immortal slaying bloodline, he hadn't had a good fight. He couldn't even figure out the power of those skills. This Wayward should be a good opponent. After all, he was once a loose immortal. Okay, but I suggest we first join hands to deal with the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land. These two forces killed many of my Life Saint sect's disciples, Wayward said. Okay. Yixian nodded. Since they were able to hold a meeting here, it meant that they were temporarily on the same side. They would first send the Evil Path Holy Land flying, and then decide the owner of the Holy Leader token. The battle meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it had reached its climax. Suddenly, Fairy Luli asked, That Demon Emperor's successor, we haven't seen him yet. Can he come out and meet us? The Demon Emperor's successor had already refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to rely on this half of the inheritance to find the other half, so he was the most important person this time. Okay. Old Immortal Tianju nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to someone. At the same time, he glanced at Yixian sitting next to Fairy Luli. Yixian felt a little strange, but in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled. He felt that a familiar aura was quickly approaching the conference hall. Could it be? Yixian couldn't believe it and stared blankly at the entrance of the conference hall. Soon, a petite voice walked in under the protection of two 9th-layer Heaven Ascension realm experts. It was a little girl who seemed to be about 6 years old. Her appearance shocked everyone present. Could it be that this little girl was the Demon Emperor's successor? After everyone felt the aura on her body, they were able to confirm it. This little girl was actually at the peak of 9th-layer Heaven Ascension realm. However, at this time the most shocked person was Yixian because there was some kind of connection between him and this little girl. Luluo. Chapter 1632. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luluo reincarnated? How is this possible? Yixian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luoluo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yixian did not understand how Luoluo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yixian and used her big eyes to size up Yixian. She asked curiously, Big brother, why is there something strange between us? This? Yixian did not know how to explain. Luoluo, come here first. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yixian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luoluo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luoluo. Of course, this could be the name that Old Immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luoluo heard Old Immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yixian. Then she ran over and intimately sat on Old Immortal Tianju's lap. Then she called out, Grandfather. This time Yixian was shocked again. Grandfather? Luoluo was actually born as Old Immortal Tianju's granddaughter? Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. Old Immortal Tianju transmitted to Yixian. I see. Yixian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luoluo to be the Monster Emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luoluo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance. Everyone, Luoluo obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the Monster Emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old Immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yixian asked curiously. Old Immortal Tianju explained. She has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then, will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old Immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Luoluo's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yixian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore, we will depart tomorrow, Old Immortal Tianju replied. Luoluo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Penglai demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guangyao and Yin Yan. As for Yixian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sex side sent Yixian and Renfeng, so they could stay in the Penglai demon tribe. As for the Penglai demon tribe, Tianjue Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guangyao, so Fairy Luli only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guangyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guangyao. As for the Penglai Demon Tribe and Tianjue Palace, they each sent 10 peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Luli went back to make arrangements, while Yixian stayed in the Penglai Demon Tribe. At this time, only Old Immortal Tianju, Luoluo, and Yixian were left in the assembly hall. Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother? Luoluo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old Immortal Tianju said kindly. Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it? Luoluo asked strangely. Yixian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luoluo's body might have been suppressed, so why did Old Immortal Tianju not unlock her inherited memory? This, Old Immortal Tianju paused, then looked at Yixian and said, actually, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation. What? It didn't succeed? Yixian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Luoluo was born in the fox demon clan. Our demon clan is actually the ancestor of the beast clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body, old immortal Tianju said. The beast clan was the descendant of humans and heaven ascension beasts. As for the demon clan, it was born after the heaven ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore, Luoluo was born in the demon clan. Her luck was really bad. Senior, what should we do? Yixian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the demon emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the sacred leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old immortal Tianju replied. Sacred leader token. Yixian frowned. The person who refined the sacred leader token would become the master of the Penglai divine land. At that time, if Luoluo wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one sacred leader token, and he had promised Fairy Luli to help her get the sacred leader token. Chapter 1633. Thank you, Senior. Yixian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Luoluo's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the Holy Leader's token and help Luoluo undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the Holy Leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Luoluo obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tianju reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yixian was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtain the Holy Leader's token, then the Penglai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Penglai sacred ground. Tomorrow, they would set off to search for the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, this time Yixian made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Penglai sacred ground. Then, he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yixian might as well commit suicide. Very quickly another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights in Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Penglai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators, not including Yixian and the other supercombatants. The Penglai demons supercombatants were the number 1 genius of the demons, Yao Tian and Luoluo. The Tianju Palace's supercombatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knights supercombatants were one thought monk in Yixian. The Life Saint sex members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and chief disciple, Run Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knights Lin Guangyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators of the Penglai demons in Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed Yi was only a third echelon Heaven Ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Penglai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal's spiritual sense is much stronger than a Heaven Ascension realm's. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the Evil Path Holy Lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Tian, Tian Tian Jna. Tian Yiju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the Evil Path Holy Lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Penglai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Luguang Holy Lands Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao's senior. The space of the Penglai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Tao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had already led their team away from the Penglai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil holy lands around the Penglai demon race. However, this time they were led by two loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luo Luo had refined half of the demon emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo Tianju Luli, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the Blood Fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luo Luo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yixian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance. When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. Move, find the entrance to the secret realm. Old immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Let me do it. Old immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal, and then hit the defensive array. In an instant the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to the spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through. Chapter 1634. Quick, go in. Old immortal Tianju quickly ordered. Dozens of people quickly gathered, and then directly passed through the spatial crack, arriving in front of a sea of flowers. At this time there was a white light in front of the sea of flowers, blocking old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli. Take advantage of the fact that the evil experts haven't arrived, quickly go in, Fairy Luli urged. Yes. Everyone responded, and then directly passed through the white light, entering the sea of flowers. However, just as they entered, they completely lost the aura of others, and were actually teleported to different places. One by one they all scattered. Then 1 minute later, those evil experts all entered the land of inheritance. Although the heaven-earth yuan qi here is abundant, it's not in the Penglai Divine Land. It should be a small island hidden around the Penglai Divine Land. No wonder we couldn't find it. Immortal Qi Shui's eyes flickered. Don't talk nonsense, all of you go in. A man in black armor urged. Yes, my lord. These corrupt Holy Lands experts also quickly entered the white light path and were teleported away. Soon there were only a few people left outside the white light. In addition to old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and immortal Qi Shui, there were 6 loose immortals. 2 of them were from the Nibbling Bone Holy Land and the Evil Sun Holy Land, while the other 4 were from the Death Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju, did you see that? You're not even enough for my young master. An old man couldn't help but ridicule. He was a loose immortal from the Death Holy Land, and the young master he mentioned was the successor of the Death Emperor Simple. What a big tone. I'm afraid the successor of the Death Emperor will die twice in a row. Fairy Luli couldn't help but coldly snort. The successor of the Death Emperor had already been decided, but it was done by Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Otherwise, it would never have been Simple's turn. Fairy Luli's words were secretly ridiculing Simple's death. Luli, I advise you to disband your glazed knights as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you die under the loose immortal tribulation, they will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The old man ridiculed her again. After the last incident, Fairy Luli was also known by everyone. Her real name was Luli, and she was the youngest daughter of Taoist Ling Xiao. If we are talking about the loose immortal tribulation, you should be the first to arrive. I heard that you have been suppressing your tribulation for more than 300 years. What, is it very glorious to live an ignoble existence for more than 300 years? Fairy Luli mocked back. Humph! The old man was rendered speechless. As for the other 2 bodiless celestials from the Nether Saint Land, they remained silent. This time, the Netherworld Holy Land had invited the disciple of an expert. They were the most likely force to obtain the Holy Master token. At the same time, Yixian's second doppelganger also began its cleanup operation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was prepared to get rid of all the people from the evil sacred grounds stationed in the Penglai sacred land. I didn't expect them to scatter after passing through the white light. Yixian, who was in the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, felt a little helpless. At this time he was in a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. However, this sea of flowers was not an ordinary place. The flowers under his feet emitted some white poisonous fog. Some caused people to fall into illusions while others caused people to fall asleep. Fortunately, Yixian had the bloodline of the immortal Phoenix divine bloodline, so it did not have any effect on him. Moreover, there was a large amount of white fog in this sea of flowers that obstructed vision and spiritual sense. If Yixian did not have the Eye of Revelation, he would have easily gotten lost. Although we have entered the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, the next step is to find the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, Yixian thought to himself. Just now, Luoluo had entered this place with him, so Luoluo should have been separated from the others. Fortunately, there was still some distance between him and Luoluo, so he could clearly sense Luoluo's position. Not only that, but Luoluo was also the same. However, just as Yixian was flying through the sea of flowers toward the north where Luoluo was, a figure suddenly swept over. Immortal Eye, Eye of Revelation. Yixian focused his eyes and found that it was a person he did not know. He knew the 30 experts from the Glazed Knights, the Penglai Demon Clan, and the Tianjua Palace, but this person was wearing a black robe and had a very unfamiliar face, so he must be an enemy. Not on the list. Looks like you are a piece of trash. Die. The black-robed man's face turned cold, and he directly launched an attack at Yixian. TSK, you are only in the 3rd echelon. Yixian sneered, and quickly slashed several times with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Swish. The black sword ray pierced through the air, instantly destroying the opponent's attack, and then cutting his body in half. His brain was cut open, and his soul instantly left his body, which was then dispersed by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded. Unfortunately, people of the same level did not give Yixian much killing intent. Although there were not many people who entered the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, they were all outstanding people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If Lin Guangyao's strength was ranked, he could only be considered average. Apart from the 10 Platinum Knights who surpassed the Glazed Knights, he only surpassed a few experts from the Tianjua Palace and the Penglai Demon Clan. This person was slightly weaker than Lin Guangyao, so he was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Unfortunately, the other party came to fight, so he naturally did not bring many things. Then he quickly rushed north. Based on his connection with Luoluo, he knew that Luoluo was also rushing towards him. However, he encountered two ignorant experts from the evil path Holy Lands on the way, and both of them were instantly killed by him. "Brother!" A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. After a short journey, Yi Xian finally saw Luoluo. Because Elder Immortal Tianju said that Yi Xian was her brother in her previous life, and because of her connection with Yi Xian, Luoluo trusted Yi Xian very much. After the two met, Luoluo directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. "Luoluo, did you encounter any danger on the way?" Yi Xian asked. "I met someone I didn't know, but I killed him with one punch." Luoluo nodded. Although she was reincarnated as a fox demon, after inheriting the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, not only did her strength directly soar to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, even her body was extremely strong. Yi Xian estimated that Luoluo's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the second echelon. "Luoluo, can you sense the specific location of the Demon Emperor's land of heritage?" Yi Xian asked. "No, after I came in, I could only sense you, brother." Luoluo shook her head. "In that case, let's find it." Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he directly summoned the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, then let Luoluo go with them. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's battle strength was very strong, and he was probably in the top 3 of the second echelon, so Yi Xian was not worried. Chapter 1635. After Luoluo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian left, Yi Xian summoned the old tree again. "Old tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction," Yi Xian said to the old tree. "No problem," the old tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glaze Knights, and also experts from the Yao clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. "Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yao Emperor's inheritance," Luoluo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luoluo met yesterday, Luoluo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. Just happened to come in handy. "Why didn't I feel it?" Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "If I'm north, it's northeast of you," Luoluo replied. "Okay, let's go." Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yao Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luoluo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance was most likely with the Holy Leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the Holy Leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the Dragon Demon list, the bloodthirsty berserk Dragonblood Spring-Autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty berserk dragon was a new branch of the colossal dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Shuechuanqiu was a genius of the bloodthirsty berserk dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Shuechuanqiu, was only in the 3rd echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. "I remember you seem to be Liuli," Just as Bloodspring Autumn was about to speak, Yixian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Yixian going easy because his goal was to make Bloodspring Autumn lower his guard and then... You don't know what's good for you. Bloodspring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Yixian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Yixian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty berserk dragon Shuechuanqiu, who was ranked first on the demonic dragon list, had his head sliced off by Yixian. Following that, his soul was gone. Instant kill. What rank first on the demonic dragon list? So weak. Yixian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Shuechuanqiu's universe ring and the demonic emperor's universe ring. I finally obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Lioli treasured body. Yixian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the Holy Leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the Holy Leader token was somewhere else. Luo Luo, I've obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now. After Yixian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo Luo. Ah, big brother, I met that simple. Luo Luo suddenly transmitted. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today Yixian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Yixian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding! The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor Wei Zhentian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon. Yixian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a super force in the first echelon. Luo Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the second echelon, and Wei Zhentian was in the third echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly transmitted a message. Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk? Yixian narrowed his eyes. This One Thought Monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with One Thought Monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and gray clothes is here. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and gray clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. The master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the Evil Sun Holy Ground and became a general under the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. After the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground fell, he inherited the Holy Lord token and became the new master of the Holy Ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the Evil Sun Holy Ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhentian, how's the situation on your side? Yixian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhentian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the others' location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. Chapter 1636. In less than 2 seconds, Old Tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, Old Tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Two system notifications rang out. Yixian directly received two amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the flower monk and the meat monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, his body was also blown up by a punch from old tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yixian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhentian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this eBay was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yixian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luoluo and the others might be in danger. Yixian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the flower monk and the meat monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yixian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist venerable's disciple. The flower monk and the meat monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so One Thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luoluo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yixian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luoluo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but... Luoluo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yixian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yixian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luoluo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luoluo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yixian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luoluo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yixian clasped his fist at the One Thought Monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yixian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yixian, old immortal Tianju, said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Luli suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luoluo. She's currently refining it. Yixian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yixian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later, he successfully met up with the others. Yixian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Renfeng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guangyao, and around a dozen other people. Yixian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yixian. I ran into a simple death clone, as well as the flowery monk and the meat monk from the Sheong sacred land. Yixian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yixian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone, he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guangyao immediately added. 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the 3rd echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Penglai demon tribe have died as well. An expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjua Palace have died. Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjua Palace elder, said. In total they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Penglai demon clan and the Tianjue palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the second echelon. Yi Xian, that demon emperor's inheritance still needs one more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete demon emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for one day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the second echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these 2 leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise, he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the simple one's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these 2, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the simple one can sense you too. When the 2 of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. Haha, this you know, Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Chapter 1637. Alright, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Ren Feng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Ren Feng nodded. Then Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back, Wayward suddenly said. Then transformed into his true form, the platinum holy light dragon. When he reverted to his original form, he was very small and petite. But now his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk wine under evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the second echelon. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the platinum holy light dragon carried Yi Xian around the sea of flowers. Soon he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. I sense the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. Alright, leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Willful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jianyi, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time you ran away. This time you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yixian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Willful roared and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yixian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yixian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed a Slaughter Seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used? Yixian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 Slaughter Seals. That way, he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the Slaughter Seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the Slaughter Seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yixian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yixian and Wayward had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Wayward would delay Jianyi and Nether Limitless, and Yixian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Jianyi and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhentian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yixian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yixian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yixian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single Slaughter Seal. Therefore, he directly activated the Slaughter Seal and used the Slaughter State, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Jianyi and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons. 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Jianyi had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Jianyi and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me. Wayward shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar. That thing is actually in his hands. Jianyi was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Wayward's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the white dragon demon suppression pillar appeared, Jianyi and the prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the white dragon demon suppression pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yixian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yixian immediately ordered. At the same time, he released the old tree. Chapter 1638. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old Tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body, and attacked the two nearest Netherworld puppets. 9 Dragons Sky-Roaring Strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the Sword Storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time, and instantly turned the two Netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Yixian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shu's 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, the two of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yixian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yixian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword Wave and Old Shu's Thunder Fire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yixian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yixian, but to prevent Yixian from controlling the 2 bone dragons. Haha, take this. Yixian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment, he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's Dragon Breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 Netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the two of them off guard. Damn it, let's go. The black-armored Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. Old Tree, chase him to death. Yixian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yixian only used the Death Pursuit Order to mark the Prince of Netherworld. Then Old Tree, who had the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, chased after him. As for Yixian, he would kill him first. Hoo. Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yixian. Yixian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. Go and see your senior brother. At this time, the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom! The Holy Dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off. She had no other choice but to bring out her background. Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well? He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom! This dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords, and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this Holy Dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. I want to see how much ability you have. Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the Holy Light again. At the same time, he controlled the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column to smash it Simple. Bang! The White Dragon Demon Suppression Column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. Get out of my way. Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column flying. At the same time, he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, there were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Yixian and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to itinerant immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Simple roared at the sky. Then the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Yixian was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go." Back off. Yixian was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Penglai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof! Suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick, and he did not expect it to fail. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Yixian and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Attack him!" In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Yixian's Eye of Revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void Flame Sword Wave. Poof! With a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Yixian. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning. Chapter 1639. Here, I'll go after that guy. Wayward said to Yixian and immediately chased after the Prince of Netherworld. Yixian quickly kept Wayward's Qiankuan ring. However, just as he was about to keep Wayward's body, Wayward's eyes suddenly turned into two wisps of death intent that rose into the air. Then they condensed into an illusory figure. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. After hearing this, Yixian immediately recognized him. This person should be Wayward's master, the leader of the Holy Land of Death, the Emperor of Death. Wayward, who was about to chase after the Prince of Netherworld, suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor of Death and laughed coldly. What a joke. You're just an illusory figure. What right do you have to appear in front of me? It's you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? The Death Emperor's gaze landed on Chan Mu. Last time, Chan Mu had killed his first disciple, which led to the Death Emperor choosing another successor. This time Wayward had been killed again. This aggro had increased. However, Wayward was right. He was just an illusory figure now. What ability did he have? Indeed, I can't do anything to you now. However, you better be careful in the future. The Emperor of Death's eyes flickered. After he finished speaking, he turned into two rays of white light and entered Yixian and Wayward's bodies respectively. Oh my! Wayward was not the only one who did not react. Yixian was the same. He guessed that this was some kind of mark left by the Emperor of Death. You Emperor of Death, are you trying to find someone to kill me in the future? Yixian, don't be afraid. I'll ask my father to help me get rid of this mark later. After Wayward finished speaking, he immediately flew into the distance. After all, the Prince of Netherworld had escaped. Yixian did not pay much attention to the mark left by the Emperor of Death. After all, he was in the Penglai Holy Land now. Even if the Emperor of Death came personally, he could not do anything to him. Using the shared vision, Yi Xian could see the figure of the Prince of Netherworld through Old Tree's eyes. The Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, was slightly weaker than Wayward. However, he was good at escaping. Old Tree, you chase after them. Capricious, and I will split up and flank them. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. Alright. The Prince of Netherworld was rather fast. With his 9 dragons Thunder Flash, the Old Tree could barely keep up with him. However, the Sea of Flowers had a limited range. Once they reached the edge, they would be knocked into by Yi Xian or Caprice. Along the way, the Prince of Netherworld met a few people. There were Platinum Knights, Demon Race experts, and people from the 3 unorthodox sacred grounds. However, when the Platinum Knights and Demon Race experts recognized the Prince of Netherworld, they avoided him. The Prince of Netherworld didn't have the time to deal with them. As for the 3 experts from the holy grounds of the evil path, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the Prince of Netherworld being chased by an unknown bald elder. They hurriedly retreated. This chase lasted for a long time, a full 20 minutes. After the Prince of Netherworld fled at full speed for 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the Sea of Flowers, which was also the edge of the array. This time, if he didn't change his direction, Old Tree would catch up to him. Damn it! The Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically. Then he flew toward the west. Coincidentally, the west was where Yi Xian was heading. Haha, we bumped into each other. Yi Xian laughed heartily. His eyes flashed as he used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the Prince of Netherworld. Although more than 20 minutes had passed and the double amplification of the slaughter state had long since passed, don't forget that Yi Xian could use the slaughter seal 3 times a day. Massacre mode. Yi Xian instantly exploded, and his aura doubled again. Then, he slashed his sword at the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. Void Flame Sword Ripple. Whoosh! The wind howled. The Scarlet Flame Sword instantly attacked the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. This attack was not weak. If the Prince of Netherworld couldn't dodge it, his head would naturally fly off. Damn it, Netherworld Dharma body. The Prince of Netherworld's expression turned cold, and his body suddenly became illusory. Then Yi Xian's Scarlet Flame Sword passed through him as if it had cut through water. As for the Prince of Netherworld, he was completely unharmed. Good move. Yi Xian was shocked. This move was indeed good. But he heard the system notification that the Netherworld Dharma body could not be copied. It seemed that the level was too high, or there were some specific factors that he had not satisfied. However, this did not matter. He had to kill the Prince of Netherworld first. While Yi Xian was blocking the Prince of Netherworld, the Old Tree appeared in front of the Prince of Netherworld in a flash. Poof! The Old Tree's hand passed through the Prince of Netherworld's body. The son of the Netherworld Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The successor of the Emperor of Death was simple. He had cultivated the immortal body and transformed into Ultraman, making his entire body indestructible. As for the son of the Netherworld Emperor, Nether Limitless, he had cultivated the Netherworld Dharma body, and was immune to all kinds of attacks. However, so what? Wei Zhentian surround him. Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and directly wrapped the 3 of them up, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the Prince of Netherworld's expression had darkened. However, he pretended to be calm and laughed. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? Ordinary attacks are indeed useless against you, but why don't you try this move again? At this moment, Yi Xian sneered and suddenly moved away from the Old Tree. Then Wei Zhentian tore open a hole, and a ray of white light shot in from the outside. This ray of white light was the breath of the sacred dragon that Wayward had released in a hurry. Ordinary attacks were useless against the Netherworld Dharma body, but Wayward's breath of the sacred dragon could. The Prince of Netherworld was engulfed by the white light, and was instantly purified. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving behind only an interspatial ring. As he was not killed by Yi Xian, there was naturally no killing intent value. However, Wayward said generously, "Here, take it. Many thanks." Yi Xian did not hesitate and took the Prince of Netherworld's interspatial ring. However, as he had expected, there was not much inside. Now that the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld were dead, there was no one in the Demon Emperor's inheritance mystic land who could stop them. TSK. There's also a netherworld puppet that was refined from the corpse of an itinerant immortal. Yixian grinned. The combat power of this netherworld puppet was at the level of the first echelon, and it was extremely precious. Now that there are no more opponents, let's split up and kill all the people from the evil Holy Land first. After saying that, Wayward turned around. As long as they killed all the experts from the evil Holy Land, they would not have to be afraid of the Holy Leader's token even if it appeared. Chapter 1640. At this time outside the secret realm. Haha, good. This is really good news. Even the Prince of Netherworld has fallen in there. This is great news. Old immortal Tianju could not help but laugh. Yixian had also spread the news of Simple's death through Fairy Luli. Now the news of the Prince of Netherworld's death, Nether Limitless, had spread. The rogue immortals of the evil sacred ground could not believe it. It was one thing for Bloodchuancho, Monk Flowery, and the others to die, but how could the first echelon of battle be killed as well? What happened? The Platinum Holy Light Dragon can't kill two people in a row. These rogue immortals could not help but think. At this time the four rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death and the Netherworld Sacred Land all made a decision. The four of them were not simply bodyguards for Simple and Nether Limitless. They had come here for another purpose. However, the Netherworld Sacred Land had also invited an expert, but he had not appeared for a long time. No one knew what he was doing. Through Fairy Luli and Old Immortal Tianju, almost everyone in the camp knew about the death of Simple and Nether Limitless, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sacred ground experts fell, and they began to be cautious. If it were not for the fact that they could not find the exit, many of them would have left. At this time, Yixian and Capricious were roaming the sky above the Sea of Flowers, killing any enemy they saw. After half a day, there were only a few survivors from the evil sacred ground. Some hid in the Sea of Flowers, hoping to survive this calamity. Although there were many evil sacred ground experts, almost none of them could be found now. Therefore, Yixian and the others gathered in front of the platform where the Shifter Emperor's inheritance was placed. They had searched through the entire Sea of Flowers but had not found any clues. Therefore, this was the only place that was more likely to be the culprit. Another half a day passed. Luoluo, who was refining the other half of the Shifter Emperor's inheritance in the planting space, finally opened her eyes. "Brother, I'm done refining." Luoluo's tender voice rang in Yixian's mind. "How was it?" Yixian asked curiously. "After refining the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I already know where the Holy Leader's token is." Luoluo replied. "It's under this half of the inheritance. At the same time, Senior Monster Emperor's corpse is also down there. However, it's protected by a formation. If we forcefully break it open, the interspatial ring that contains the Holy Leader's token will shatter." "Oh, okay." Yixian nodded slightly. Since Luoluo had already refined the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance and obtained the inheritance memories left behind by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, then she should be able to obtain the Holy Leader badge. However, the matter was not over yet. There were still many people outside who were eyeing them covetously. Yixian glanced around and said, "Luoluo already knows the whereabouts of the Holy Leader's token. However, we still haven't decided who the Holy Leader's token belongs to, right? I feel that since only Lord Luoluo knows, then," Yaotian of the Penglai demon race said. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. "Sai, you can't say that. If Yixian and I hadn't killed Simple and Nether Limitless, do you think this matter would be so easy?" Wayward snorted. "Then what do you think?" Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace suddenly asked. "That's simple. The strong are respected, so we'll naturally use strength to obtain the treasure. Each side will send out one person, and the one who wins in the end will obtain the Holy Leader's token," Wayward suggested. Actually, he was not afraid of others. In the current situation, the only one who could fight him was probably Yixian. Right now there were 4 other factions present: Heaven Absolute Palace, Penglai Demon Race, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Actually, there was a 5th faction which was the Buddhist Sacred Land. However, the One Thought Monk was currently on the side of the Glazed Knights, so he could not be considered a representative of the Buddhist Sacred Land. At the same time, Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai demon race were on the same side. Even if Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace obtained the Holy Leader's token, he would give it to Luoluo. After all, they were here to help this time. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian exchanged glances. Yixian and Luoluo seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Was Yixian not going to help Luoluo? I've already promised Fairy Glazed Glass to help him obtain the Holy Leader's token. However, Luoluo also needs the Holy Leader's token, so I have to obtain it. After Luoluo uses the Holy Leader's token to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I'll give it to Fairy Glazed Glass. Yixian thought to himself, your Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai demon race should stop fighting. I can send you flying with a single hand. Wayward suddenly turned around and said, even if you were once a wandering immortal, I can't back down. Yao Tian snorted coldly. If that's the case, then you and Lin Zhanhao can come together. I'll accept this battle, Wayward said directly. Hearing that, Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao exchanged glances. This was Wayward's own request, so they would not be unreasonable. In a one-on-one situation they would definitely lose, but in a two-on-one situation, they might still have a chance of winning. Then I'll offend you. Immediately, Lin Zhanhao summoned a sword, while Yao Tian directly transformed into his original form. He was the Destruction Heavenly Dragon with the strongest attack power among the Heavenly Dragons. The two of them joining forces was not a joke. What do you mean by once a wandering immortal? Today I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Wayward directly faced them. He did not need to transform into his original form to deal with two people from the second echelon. In an instant, the three of them exchanged blows. A battle of this level was relatively rare. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian would at least force Wayward's original form out by joining forces, but they did not expect that they would be sent flying by Wayward's single punch from the beginning. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. How can he be so strong? Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian thought in unison. They were both at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage 9th tier, but their strength was so much weaker than Wayward's, which was a little hard for them to accept. Moreover, they could see that if Wayward attacked with his full strength, the two of them would probably be killed in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian were defeated by Wayward alone. How about it? Why don't both of you try again together? Wayward said with a smile. At this time there were still 7 people from Tianju Palace and Penglai Demon Tribe. Including Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian, there were 9 people. 1 against 9, this was not fun. However, many people present believed that Wayward would still win. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian looked at each other, and finally their gazes fell on Yixian. At this time, only Yixian could fight against the Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward. If he did not make a move, then this Holy Leader token would be Wayward's. Wayward, let's fight. Yixian summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. Chapter 1641. Why didn't you call out that old man? Headstrong asked with some apprehension. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Yixian grinned. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was considered a heaven-reaching beast, while Wei Zhentian was a weapon. However, Old Tree was also considered a member of the Shifter race. If he was called out, wouldn't that be one more person? Headstrong looked at Yixian. When he thought about how Yixian didn't even take out the nether puppet, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't confident in winning against Yixian alone. If both Old Tree and the nether puppet came out together, he might as well just admit defeat. Alright, since that's the case, then come at me. Headstrong shouted and transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon. The Platinum Holy Light Dragon was considered a member of the Heavenly Dragon race, but it was more noble than any other Heavenly Dragon race member. After transforming into his true form, Headstrong's battle prowess skyrocketed. Unfortunately, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in Yixian's eyes. Don't forget, Yixian had already obtained the Dragon Slayer title, which doubled the damage he dealt to dragons. In addition, he had the Unicorn's Deterrence skill, which doubled the damage. In other words, Yixian's damage against Headstrong in his true form had tripled. On top of that, he had the Undying Doppelganger's amplification, the 1% amplification from the Elegy of Souls, the offensive power of the Ultimate Realm, and the fire offensive power of the Immortal Ichilan bloodline, and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Hence, even before he started, he was already doomed to fail. When the surrounding people saw Yixian and Headstrong, they couldn't help but back away. They estimated that this battle would be very intense. Of course, this was only their estimation. Come! Headstrong roared again, then transformed into a streak of white light and swept towards Yixian's trio. Kill! At the same time, Yixian gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Might Awe the Heavens an order. The two of them charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Yixian also began to attack, sending one attack after another at caprice. Haha, this kind of attack can't hurt me. He laughed willfully. Although Yixian's attack was strong, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon scales were no joke either. However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Ripple was not equal to the damage it dealt to the dragon's body. He willfully extended his dragon claw, preparing to destroy the Void Flame Sword Ripples. At the same time, he turned around, wanting to kill Wei Zhentian. He had learned about the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's unlimited resurrection ability, so he did not hold back at all. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wayward couldn't help but cry out in pain. He discovered that his dragon claw had actually been injured by Yixian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. How was this possible? Haha! The Nihility Flame Sword Ripple's damage against dragons is 3 times that of normal. Yixian sneered inwardly as he continued to attack. Wayward suffered a setback. His wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. When he was in the Rebirth Realm, he could still use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. However, after entering the Imperishable Realm and obtaining the Imperishable Body, his injuries would be harder to heal. It was the same for the Ascension Realm. However, as a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward was able to heal his injuries in an instant. I don't believe that you can heal indefinitely. Yixian's eyes flickered as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, he continuously used the Void Flame Sword Ripple. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. Watch how I crush your kidneys. With a furious roar, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor lashed out with its tail, causing Wei Zhentian to explode. At the same time, its platinum scales suddenly emitted a white light. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was purified into ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Wei Zhentian revived. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor revived. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared once again and charged over. Aye, this is too fake. You can revive indefinitely. Wayward couldn't help but roar in anger. Don't you have unlimited healing too? Yixian laughed. That's true. With your current attack, it's not enough to kill me. After saying that, Wayward suddenly accelerated towards Yixian. Since that's the case, let's do it for real. Yixian's eyes widened as he directly used the Deathly Hunt command to mark Wayward. This way, his attack would deal additional damage to Wayward. Ever since the Slaying God bloodline and the Sword God bloodline merged with the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the damage of the Deathly Hunt command had increased by 30%. Moreover, the power of the first strike of the Eye of Assassination had also increased by 50%. This strike was probably enough to break the balance between Wayward's damage and recovery. Whoosh! Wayward turned into a ray of white light and attacked. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, just as his dragon claws were about to grab Yixian's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Wayward. Eye of Assassination slash. Bam! A void fire sword ripple directly slashed the back of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. This time the power of the void fire sword ripple increased by a lot. It almost cut off half of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon's body. After feeling the pain, Wayward couldn't help but roar at the sky and say, "Damn it! I'm not fighting anymore." "You're not fighting anymore? So soon?" Yixian was slightly surprised. The battle hadn't even started for 2 seconds and Wayward had already admitted defeat. He hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. "Brat, you're already at the level of a rogue immortal. I'm not your match. I don't want the Holy Leader's writ." Wayward shook his head. After healing his injuries, he directly transformed into his human form. Just now Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of old immortal Tianju, And the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Wayward. Now that Wayward had transformed into his true form, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Yixian. Yixian, isn't he a little too much of a freak? Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come out and try? Yixian suddenly turned his head and looked at the others. With his strength, he was strong enough to fight a group of people including Wayward. Who would dare to challenge him? Since there's no one else, this holy leader's writ is mine. Yixian grinned and summoned Luo Luo. Previously, he had used the platinum badge to communicate with Fairy Luli. He wanted to give this holy leader's writ to Luo Luo first. After Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, he would give it to Fairy Luli. Fairy Luli didn't have any objections, and so did old immortal Tianju. Therefore, they followed Yixian's plan. Luo Luo already knew the result, so when she appeared, she immediately used the hand seal she learned from the Dragon Sparrow Fairy and hit the stone platform. Bam! The stone platform suddenly exploded. Chapter 1642. Even Yixian did not expect it. He had scanned the platform with his eye of revelation, but he did not find anything. Soon, a white token entered everyone's sight. As expected, the Holy Leader token was in the stone platform. The thing that blocked Yixian's eye of revelation was probably some kind of array, which was why Yixian did not notice it. It really is the Holy Leader token. I didn't expect it to be here. I tried to attack the stone platform, but it was useless. I couldn't destroy it at all. So what if you guessed it? You can't break the array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Yixian had already rushed over and held the Holy Leader token in his hand. As long as he refined this Holy Leader token, he would become the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as he was in the Penglai Sacred Land, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, even if he broke through to become an itinerant immortal, he would still be able to fight in the Penglai Sacred Land. Ding! The host has obtained the Penglai Sacred Land's Holy Leader token. Do you want to refine it? A system notification sounded. Immediately, Yixian answered in his mind, yes. Although he would have to give the Holy Leader token to Luo Luo and Fairy Luli, he could wait until the time came. He would refine it first because he had a plan. Ding! The Holy Leader token has been successfully refined. The host is now the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. The system notification sounded. Although Yixian did not feel the change in his strength, he would definitely be more powerful if he attacked. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside Yixian. Then, a hand reached out and was about to snatch the Holy Leader token away. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Yixian did not expect it. Who could use the space-breaking technique in the secret land built by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy? After all, they had lost their space-breaking ability when they entered. Even Yixian, who had the Eye of Space, could not use it. Not only that, but even the Eye of Void could only be used once. But now, someone could actually break through the space-breaking technique. What was going on? You want to steal my Holy Leader token? No way! Yixian's eyes widened, and he gripped the Holy Leader medallion tightly with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the Holy Leader medallion with the other hand, and then viciously dragged him away. Then a young man entered everyone's sight. This person's face was very unfamiliar to everyone, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Hua! Another spatial fissure tore open. This time the spatial fissure expanded all the way to Yixian's head, as though it was preparing to kill Yixian in one blow. However, Yixian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th level, and he also had the space eye. Most importantly, he had already refined the Holy Leader's badge. When the spatial crack expanded to his skin, it suddenly recovered from the recoil. What? The young man was shocked. He thought that he would succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Before he could react, the old tree threw out 9 lightning fire chains. 9 dragons' thunder chain lock. In an instant, the young man was trapped by the 9 dragons' thunder chain. The extremely strong power of lightning paralyzed him, and he couldn't move. Who are you? Yixian asked subconsciously. This young man had the ability to break through the space-breaking technique here. He was at least as strong as the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, or even stronger. One had to know that Fairy Luli didn't tell him that there was such an expert. After all, the experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands had entered under the watchful eyes of Fairy Luli and old immortal Tianju. The Space Eye, he's the descendant of time and space. Wayward suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Descendant of time and space? What's that?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. However, he didn't care who the other party was and directly punched out. With the Holy Leader's badge in hand and having refined it, Yixian's attack power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! This punch was so fast that even Wayward couldn't react in time. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the young man's neck had already exploded, and his head had been separated from his body. The reason why Yixian didn't target his head was because he felt a familiar aura, and that was the Space Eye. Before the other party could react, Yixian quickly moved again and plucked both of the young man's eyes. He originally thought that the other party's eyes were the space eyes obtained from the heaven-reaching beast, but when he plucked them and devoured them, he found that this wasn't the case. One of the young man's eyes was the Space Eye, and the other was the Time Eye. Ding, the host has devoured in Space Eye. Ding, the host has devoured in Space Eye. Ding, the planting space has changed. The host can change the flow of time in the planting space by 10 times. Ding, the Space Eye and the Space Eye has been copied into the Eye catalog. There are currently 3 types: the Eye of Nature, the Eye of Death, the Space Eye, and the Time Eye. Ding! The system rewards the host with the evolution of his celestial eyes. A series of system notifications stunned Yixian. The Eye catalog was understandable, but what was with the flow of time in the planting space? Immediately, he checked the planting space and found that the flow speed in the planting space could be increased by 10 times or decreased by 10 times. If it was accelerated by 10 times, then the growth of the heaven and earth treasures would be accelerated by 10 times. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then 10 days in the planting space would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Holy **T. Yixian was shocked beyond words. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then it would be 1/10 of its original speed. Cultivating in the planting space for 10 years was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. For the average person, this was better than any heaven and earth treasures. Most importantly, the flow of time in the planting space would change according to the level of the planting space. The planting space was currently at level 6. If it was upgraded to level 7, it might be 100 times faster. In the future, it might even be 1,000 times or even 10,000 times faster. 10,000 years in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. Even an idiot could become a genius. However, the flow of time was only effective for cultivation. If someone was pregnant, 10 months in the outside world would be equivalent to 100 months in the planting space. Ha ha ha. Thank you for giving me such a good gift. Yixian laughed loudly as he looked at the Scion of Time and Space. The Scion of Time and Space had a good plan. He'd waited for Yixian to obtain the Holy Leader medallion before making his move. He hadn't expected Yixian to be able to refine the Holy Leader medallion in an instant, catching him off guard. Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into Yixian's hands. It was a complete failure. Chapter 1643. He should be the Temporal Island Lord's son, Wuxia. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Penglai sacred ground. However, the Temporal Island Lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of Eyes of Time. He laid down a formation on the temporal island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Penglai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Penglai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Oh, only half? Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the Temporal Island Lord. Ah! At this moment, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Wuxia was born mute. Now he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple! Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the Temporal Island Lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the Temporal Island Lord? Asked Yixian. The Temporal Island Lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my Life Saint sect, so he has been hiding in the Temporal Island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wuxia and said, if we directly kill Wuxia, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the Temporal Island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the Life Saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Yixian snorted and threw Wuxia's head to Headstrong. Then he took the yin and yang ring from Wuxia's body. Everyone was stunned. Yixian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Wuxia, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the Sacred Leader token, let's go. After saying that, Yixian hesitated. At this time Wuxia had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break this space. Yixian had already obtained the Sacred Leader token. Since Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Yixian about it. However, Yixian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal, immortal, immortal. Ye immortal, immortal, immortal sect. Immortal, 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 immortals. Immortal, 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Yixian said in his heart. This meant that Yixian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Bloodfiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had one loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Yixian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had also seen Yixian. They also knew about Wuxia through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Wuxia. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the Sacred Land of Death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Wuxia had blended in with the Nether Holy Lands group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Wuxia's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Wuxia. The 2 rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Wuxia had failed. One must know that Wuxia's strength was above Yixian and Nether limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment, Yixian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli immediately went up to greet them. Ha ha ha. I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The Sacred Land of Death Xixian and the Nether Holy Lands Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Wuxia's head. Wuxia was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the Temporal Island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The Temporal Island Lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the Temporal Island Lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? You guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock. Even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up. The 2 loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Qi Shui from the Bloodfiend Holy Land suddenly said, Since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master token? Why? Is it important who obtained it? Old Immortal Tianju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. Many people from my Bloodfiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look? Immortal Qi Shui snorted. Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master token from the devouring space. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master token, the next step for the evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack! Suddenly, the two rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the two of them quickly flew towards Yixian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yixian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Penglai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the first tribulation, and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yixian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Chapter 1644. Oh no! Old deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan, and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader token. After killing Yixian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan! Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now he could only depend on Yixian. You are not afraid of the punishment of the Heavenly Dao and attacked me. Yixian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. You are too naive. Take this. Yixian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the Heavenly Dao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the first tribulation died one after another. The Heavenly Dao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the Heavenly Dao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it, so he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yixian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam! Coincidentally, the attacker's Heavenly Dao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. You are too naive. I'll take it. Yixian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this Holy Leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 first tribulation peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. Old Tree Megatron Ribribs, kill him. At that moment, Yixian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the Old Tree Trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other two were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Yixian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Yixian entered. Merge! Yixian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? Yes. After Yixian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital qi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the mystery land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Yixian was outside the mystery land. This was only an island in the Penglai Holy Land, so naturally, he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the old tree trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a first tribulation peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the old tree trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Yixian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli did not expect it. They also did not know what Yixian was trying to do. Boom! At this moment, the immortal tribulation finally descended, directly striking Yixian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the old tree trio and approached Yixian, because he thought that as long as Yixian died under the immortal tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Yixian's success rate of passing the immortal tribulation was 100%. Ding! The host has passed the immortal tribulation successfully. Ding! Because the passage to the immortal realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding! The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a first tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Yixian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the immortal realm was still open, Yixian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a first immortal was equivalent to a third tribulation loose immortal, a second immortal was equivalent to a sixth tribulation loose immortal, and a third immortal was equivalent to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. As long as a ninth tribulation loose immortal passed the immortal tribulation again, he could directly become a fourth immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose immortal tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now Yixian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Ha ha ha! I've finally become a loose immortal. Yixian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Yixian's immortal tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Yixian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry. Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the 3 of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me? The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Yixian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true qi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yixian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Penglai Holy Land was Yixian. What? Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day, Yixian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no! Chapter 1645. At this moment they finally understood why Yixian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yixian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yixian. Let's go! The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Penglai Sacred Land, then escape. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Die! Yixian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorn descend! Boom! In an instant, The itinerant immortal from the sacred land of death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yixian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the sacred leader token's support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg! The itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yixian, then he would take the sacred leader token. He did not expect that he would fail and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me. Yixian glared, and another unicorn hoof descended. This time the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time, his attack was already in front of Yixian. However, Yixian, who had the sacred leader token and the power of the sacred land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yixian did not hesitate and directly used the third hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the nibbling bone sacred land. This loose immortal was only an early stage first tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the sacred land of death and nether sacred land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the evil sun holy land and immortal Qi Shui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Qi Shui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yixian shook his head and started killing. Although immortal Qi Shui was only a mid-stage first tribulation loose immortal, Yixian, who had the sacred master medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the first tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path holy lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yixian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yixian, who had the sacred leader token, was almost invincible in the Penglai sacred land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Penglai sacred land would suffer. Yixian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old immortal Tianju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yixian nodded and then used the sacred leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full strength attacks of a peak first tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Penglai sacred land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yixian was already the master of the Penglai sacred land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path holy lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation. Yixian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yixian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan-Chi changed again. This time it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhentian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the ghost dome great emperor. As long as the ghost dome great emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then he tossed Shi Wuya's head to Renfeng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan-Chi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the ghost dome great emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the ember of lightning fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The ghost dome great emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding! The ember of lightning fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! The ghost dome great emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the loose immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, loose immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! The ember of lightning fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Chapter 1646. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli could not help but shudder. Just now, the four-peak first tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle first tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the sacred leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Penglai divine land, Yi Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's immortal tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly. Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle first tribulation realm. As for the demon clan elder, he had also successfully passed the immortal tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Yi Xian directly summoned Luoluo and took out the sacred leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Yi Xian handed the sacred leader token to Luoluo. Wait. At this time, old immortal Tianju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the sacred leader token. If the sacred land of death sends a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Luguang divine land. Okay. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Old immortal Tianju was the sacred landmaster of the Luguang divine land. It would be safer for Luoluo to refine it there. However, before that, Yi Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhenqian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Yixian very surprised, but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhenqian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed grounds. If he had known about this earlier, Yixian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhenqian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Yixian led everyone back to the Penglai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Yixian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the 3 evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage first tribulation. After returning to the Penglai goblin race, old immortal Tianju used the Penglai goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Luguang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. In the glazed light Holy Land, as long as number 3 tribulation loose immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tianju Laoxian. Moreover, which 3rd tribulation loose immortal would want to be punished by the heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the heaven ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Yixian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it, after arriving at the glazed light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Yixian handed the holy leader token to Luoluo. Then Luoluo began to refine it. This holy leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luoluo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luoluo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this holy leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Yixian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy Sect. He said that if Luoluo uses the holy leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning, replied Tianju Laoxian. Only 80%? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Laoxian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Luoluo's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luoluo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, after breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the tribulation transcendence pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luoluo. With this, Luoluo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the holy leader token used to belong to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, it still took Luoluo half a month to refine this holy leader token. After half a month, Luoluo successfully refined this holy leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Penglai sacred ground. At this moment, Luoluo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, big brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luoluo asked Yixian and Tianju in the Penglai sacred grounds plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, old immortal Tianju said. His wife, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luoluo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luoluo's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luoluo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luoluo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yixian spent a large amount of super-devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill, and threw it over. Luoluo caught the heavenly tribulation pill, and turned to look at someone. It was Hu Xing'er, who Yixian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing'er was Luola's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luoluo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yixian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luoluo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time, she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luoluo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yixian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luoluo and placed his withered hand on Luoluo's head. Luoluo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Chapter 1647. Fortunately, Luoluo and Yixian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luoluo was the same as Old Tree and the other two and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luoluo's head. In the next moment, Luoluo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luoluo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yixian, Hu Xing'er, Old Tree, and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly, and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luoluo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation, she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, her original form was the golden 9-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luoluo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luoluo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the 3 of you go and try. Yixian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. He wanted the 3 itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the 3 of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luoluo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the other 2 lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yixian's plan was to let the 3 of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhentian, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the Old Tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Luoluo's current tribulation was at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage Level 9. Compared to Hu Xing'er's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's formation. This formation had Luoluo's genuine qi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Luoluo's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Luoluo's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Luoluo's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yixian, old immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing'er could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Luoluo's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luoluo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the peak of Heaven Completion Stage Level 9, the demon emperor's inheritance, and other factors, Luoluo successfully received this attack. Ding! Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding! Luoluo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of one tribulation scattered immortal. These two system notifications surprised Yixian. Luoluo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luoluo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. Yay! Young master mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luoluo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing'er's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort, and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yixian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luoluo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luoluo's father, which was a pity. For this, Yixian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luoluo's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Penglai Demon Clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Luli. Yixian took the Holy Leader Order from Luoluo, then found Fairy Luli, ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Luli had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yixian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Luli, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yixian. What, why? Yixian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Luli and said, Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in. What plan? Yixian asked subconsciously. Keep this Penglai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Penglai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it, Fairy Luli said. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yixian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters. Headstrong continued. But I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yixian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If an itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realize now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yixian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yixian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them, then those holy grounds. There are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yixian asked. That's right. Chapter 1648. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yixian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak first tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Luli. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map. The evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map? That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land. Fairy Luli said. I see. Yixian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now Fairy Luli and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy Evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil holy lands. That's a good plan, but Evil Buddha is a peak First Tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yixian suddenly thought of this and said directly, Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil Holy Lands? Yixian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands. Large holy land space was more stable. Even Third Tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yixian attacks small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yixian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yixian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay. Then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yixian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Penglai sacred land and returned to the Life sacred land. In less than 2 days he returned, and at the same time he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the holy leader tokens of Xiayang, Bloodfiend, and Corroding Bone holy lands. Capricious went straight to the point. Yixian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, No problem. In this interspatial ring there were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yixian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yixian 1 devourer point. Haha, the 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yixian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yixian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yixian's mind. However, Yixian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yixian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yixian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo, and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the Heaven-Loathe Fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the Heaven-Loathe Fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay. Let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yixian said to the three of them. At this time his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done one by one. Yixian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time Fairy Luli and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yixian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Luli was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yixian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yixian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yixian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom! At this time the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yixian's head. Chapter 1649. Ding! Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yixian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Penglai sacred land. This colored glazed treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glazed treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yixian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Luli. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Luli and Willful. They looked at Yixian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed." "Yes. I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Yixian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Yixian grinned. This time he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Luli was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Yixian, who was only a first-stage Ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time it was the old tree's tribulation. Again? Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Yixian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding! Lightning Ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. Luoluo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token. Yixian said to Luoluo in her mind. Yes. Luoluo nodded and took out the Holy Leader token. Previously, Yixian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Luli, but Fairy Luli rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Yixian. Therefore, Luoluo was still the Holy Master of the Penglai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Yixian was no longer worried. Boom! Soon, the fourth itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luoluo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early-stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luoluo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation, and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Yixian and the other three directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Luli and Capricious. Forget about Yixian and Luoluo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Yixian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become second tribulation itinerant immortals. Now it's time to act. Yixian grinned. Not to mention second tribulation itinerant immortals, even first tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small holy land. However, this time he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, they could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Haha, good, let's go now. Capricious' eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Penglai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Yixian. This is a map of the sea. Xieyang sacred land is right next to Penglai sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xieyang sacred land, we can directly teleport to Bloodfiend sacred land or Nibbling sacred land. Right? Yixian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Yixian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then he went through the teleportation formation in Colored Glass Sacred Mountain and teleported to Penglai Sacred Land, which was close to Xieyang Sacred Land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Luli and Capricious, they were kept in Yixian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now the Yuan Qi in the planting space was no less than Penglai sacred land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Luoluo was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a second tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yixian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xieyang sacred land after a day. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. The sacred land master of Xieyang sacred land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak first tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Zhentian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yixian was now a second tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xieyang sacred land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xieyang sacred land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yixian sensed them before he arrived. A peak first tribulation scattered immortal found you. Yixian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xieyang sacred land finally sensed them. Who is a second tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yi Xian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xieyang sacred land and he was the sacred landmaster. Even a second tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1650. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yi Xian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the lord of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first. Yi Xian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard. But the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunderfire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire is dead. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the lord of the Holy Land, he was only a 1 tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree, who was a 2 tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Luli. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land. Ding! The host has refined the Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land and become the Lord of Xieyang Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now Yi Xian could make a move on Xieyang Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had 1 head left, stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to accept the fact that he only had 1 head left. After a while he asked, "You, who are you?" After refining the Holy Master token, Yi Xian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called Heavenly Treasure Map. Headstrong, I didn't find the Heavenly Treasure Map, Yi Xian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. Impossible. He must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's Heavenly Treasure Map. He willfully checked himself again. Now, Evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan treasure map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the Soul Eye because he had not refined the Holy Leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the Heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus he was able to use it. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. Ding! Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued Evil Buddha. Though Evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was 1 realm higher than him. Where did you put the Heavenly Treasure Map? Yi Xian asked Evil Buddha. I have already given the Heavenly Treasure Map to the Emperor of Death. Evil Buddha replied directly. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. He was subdued by you? Willful asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, Evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Treasure Map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that Evil Buddha had given the Heavenly Treasure Map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it. Since the Heavenly Treasure Map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said, All right. Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the Evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xieyang Holy Land saw that Evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the Soul Eye. The Xieyang Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xieyang Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xieyang Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yixian. Then Yixian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xieyang Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then, he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, and obtained the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master token. Then it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil Holy Lands. In less than 2 days, Yixian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Luoluo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yixian Intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yixian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yixian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Luli, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Penglai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yixian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Wuya's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal, and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 Tribulation Rogue Immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the Temporal Island, no one could do anything to him. At this time in a wicked Holy Land. Headstrong, did the Temporal Island Lord offend your Life Holy Sect? Yixian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my Life Holy Sect. The person who died was the child of one of my Life Holy Sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my Life Holy Sect and holed up in the Temporal Island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yixian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the Temporal Island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Jin is the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land, and he is a peak Second Tribulation Loose Immortal. On the Temporal Island, even a 3 Tribulation Loose Immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yixian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Wuya holed up in the Temporal Island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yixian to kill Wuya. Chapter 1651. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure him out. Yixian suddenly took out the 5 Holy Leader tokens. One of them was the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. Even the Holy Land's Lord would be tempted by these 5 Holy Leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the Holy Leader token of the small Holy Land first. That way, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yixian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the Temporal Island Lord instantly. 5 Holy Leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xieyang, Shuesha, and Shirgu Holy Leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the Temporal Island Lord might really come out. The Temporal Island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Penglai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, it would be good. If the Temporal Island Lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3 Tribulation Loose Immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yixian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the Temporal Island. Then he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. Then the Old Tree Trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Tao. But don't forget, Wei Zhentian wouldn't be punished. As long as the temporal island lord came out, Wei Zhenqian could directly use the sword storm to kill him. As the temporal island and the other holy lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a holy land of the righteous Tao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the temporal island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a second tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the temporal island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the temporal island and shouted, "Shi Jin, come out!" The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the space-time island, and they were all from the Shi family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura! Could it be a second tribulation scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shi clan raised their eyebrows, and those ninth-tier heaven ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. Second tribulation loose immortals, only holy lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life-sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shi Jin from the Isle of Time and Space. "Who are you?" Shi Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things?" After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 Holy Leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 Holy Leader medallions, Shi Jin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the Holy Leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 Holy Leader medallions? How could he take out 5 Holy Leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the Shi clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the Holy Leader medallions were unique in this world. Shi Jin could clearly sense that these 5 Holy Leader medallions were real. 5 Holy Leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. "Who are you?" Shi Jin couldn't help but ask. "I said you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 Holy Leader medallions, then come with me." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shi Jin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 Holy Leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the temporal island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the temporal island, he could use the Holy Leader medallions. However, outside he couldn't do anything. The temporal island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's Peak Lu Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the Holy Leader medallions, even if a 3 Tribulation Lu Celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 Tribulation Lu Celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shi Jin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shi Jin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. "What are you trying to do?" Shi Jin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 Holy Leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shi Jin was stunned. These were 5 Holy Leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first Holy Leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real. Then the second Holy Leader medallion and the third. However, when he reached the 4th Holy Leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were peak 2 Tribulation Lu Celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Grasp of the Underworld. Two extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shurjin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these two skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. Haha, you're dead meat. Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shurjin had already left the Temporal Island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yixian had already used his trump card. Shurjin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1652. Not to mention the Blade Storm. Just the 9 Dragon Sky Howl was enough to blast Shurjin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Shurjin's head into a sieve. Ding! Lightning Embers has died. Ding! Lightning Embers has revived. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The Temporal Island Lord Shurjin had fallen. Yixian immediately rushed over, took the Temporal Island Lord's Yin and Yang ring, and refined the Divine Leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the Temporal Island Lord's Eye of Time and Spatial Eye. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Time. The system notification sounded. The Temporal Island Lord had given his son an Eye of Time, but it was taken away by Yixian. Now that Yixian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the Eye of Time, Yixian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo Luo had the Heavenly Loathing Fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Yixian's. Then Yixian took back the 5 Divine Leader tokens from before. Now he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo Luo's Penglai Sacred Land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time Yixian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Shurjin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Yixian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause he said, "Now that you are the leader of the Temporal Island, you can control the Temporal Island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the Temporal Island?" Yixian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the Spacetime Island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the Spacetime Island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good. Caprice nodded. This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your Life Saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate. Yixian said, "What? You can build an entrance?" Caprice was surprised. Previously, he thought that only Yixian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai Sacred Land. Although it's not as big as the Sacred Land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Yixian said. Haha. Thank you so much. Caprice laughed out loud. At this time Yixian said, "Of course, if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more." Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the Eyes of Time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me. However, before that, Yixian still went to control the loose immortals on the temporal island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the temporal island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before, and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luoluo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak second tribulation loose immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xieyang sacred land and left. Then Yixian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the Glazed Light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Yixian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Yixian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of loose immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 tribulation loose immortals. Before Yixian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Yixian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a loose immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3 tribulation loose immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. Caprice led Yixian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Yixian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Yixian, who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Ren Xiong, said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Ren Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yixian. "This time you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve," said Ren Xiong. Yixian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside. Enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. "Thank you, senior." Yixian thanked him. "This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands?" Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yixian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, "Senior, are you interested?" Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, "If possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands." Hearing this, Yixian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Penglai sacred land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. If senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island sacred leader token, Yixian said to Ren Xiong. Chapter 1653. Although the Temporal Island was only 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land, it was enough for Yixian. He could move Lianyun City to the Temporal Island in the future. "That's great. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're satisfied with the treasures. I'll go prepare them now." Ren Xiong's eyes flashed as he smiled and left. For Sacred Lord tokens, if he added the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and Bone Erosion Sacred Land, he would have 6. The Life Sacred Land had many loose immortals who died under the loose immortal tribulation. With 4 Sacred Lord tokens, the success rate would increase a lot. Soon, Ren Xiong returned with a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures that could improve the environment. Then, Yixian handed the 4 Sacred Lord tokens to Ren Xiong. These cultivation resources were enough for him to break through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal tribulation and become a 3rd tribulation loose immortal. "Thank you, little friend," Ren Xiong said with a smile. "Senior is too polite. We're just doing what we need." Yixian replied with a smile. Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, little friend, do you have any news about the Skysplit treasure map?" "Skysplit treasure map?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, little friend must have gained a lot after destroying so many evil sacred lands. Did you get the Skysplit treasure map?" Ren Xiong nodded. "No, I didn't." Yixian shook his head. This was the truth. He really didn't have the sky-split treasure map. Oh, that's too bad. Ren Xiong sighed. Now 7 pieces of the sky-split treasure map have appeared in the world. My life sacred ground, Buddhist holy ground, and nether sacred ground all have 1 piece. Fairy Luli has 1 piece, and old immortal Tianju of the glazed light sacred ground has 1 piece. Previously, Capricious sent news that evil Buddha's piece was given to the Emperor of Death. Now the Emperor of Death has 2 pieces. 7 sky-split treasure maps? Hearing this, Yixian's expression changed because he heard the name Old Immortal Tianju. He didn't know if Old Immortal Tianju's map was given to him, or if Old Immortal Tianju already had it. I remember that Old Immortal Tianju's map was obtained by his wife, Fairy Dragon Sparrow, right? At this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly spoke. Yixian was shocked. So meant that Old Immortal Tianju had 2 of the sky-split map. And he was the only one New Lord Tianju map? In total, there were 8 trans-heaven diagrams. Only 1 more, and he would be able to find the passageway to the immortal realm. However, Yixian didn't tell him that he'd given a piece of the heavenly treasure map to Old Immortal Tianju. Instead, he directly sent a sound transmission to Luo and asked about it. Of Yi Tian Tu. Had 7 immortal Tian. 7. He didn't know much about the heavenly treasure map. He only knew that each of the 4 great holy lands had a piece, but he didn't know that the Buddhist holy land had another piece besides the one that was stolen by evil Buddha. As for Fairy Luli's piece, it was only recently confirmed by Yixian. Senior, if we add the one I gave you before, there are 8 now. Yixian nodded. Hearing this, Old Immortal Tianju hesitated for a long time before saying, since that's the case, you don't have to hide it anymore. I think the Holy Lands will gather soon. Gather together to find the 9th sky-split map? Yixian narrowed his eyes, then said to Ren Xiong, Senior, I once obtained a piece of the heavenly treasure map. However, in order to repay Old Immortal Tianju's kindness, I gave it to him. What? You obtained a sky-split map? Ren Xiong was shocked. Old Immortal Tianju was also surprised, but he didn't blame Yixian for not saying it. After all, this wasn't a small matter. So, Old Immortal Tianju has 2 sky-split map like the Emperor of Death? Old Immortal Tianju asked. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. Legend has it that if you gather all 9 sky-split map pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal world. As long as the passage is opened, we can directly ascend to the immortal world. Father, I remember there is a legend in the world that as long as you gather all 8 sky-split map pieces and set up the 9 seeking formation, you can find the location of the 9th sky-split map piece. Is this true? Old Immortal Tianju asked in shock. Ren Xiong nodded. It's true, but the 9 seeking formation has been lost. If you ask who is most likely to know it, it would be Taoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist Holy Land. Taoist Ling Shao? Old Immortal Tianju raised an eyebrow. Taoist Ling Shao was the sect master of the Buddhist Holy Land, High Firmament sect, and also Fairy Luli's father. Some time ago, Ren Xiong went to look for Taoist Ling Shao to discuss the matter between Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli. If that's the case, as long as we find the 9th sky-split map piece, we can find the passage to the immortal world? Old Immortal Tianju's eyes lit up. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I will immediately tell your grandfather and ask him to gather the other sky-split map pieces. Then I will go to the Buddhist Holy Land. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly grinned. Okay, Ren Xiong replied. The sky-split map was the focus of all the Holy Lands. After all, they also wanted to ascend to the immortal world. If the passage to the immortal world had not been closed, they would have become real immortals instead of itinerant immortals. As for Yixian, he went directly to the island of time and space. He might have something important to do next, so he had to break through as soon as possible. Then, he quickly devoured the heaven and earth treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the peak of the second tribulation, itinerant immortal realm. A system notification sounded. Yixian glanced at the panel and found that his breakthrough success rate was only 70%. The peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm did not mean that he was at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. There was still a long way to go. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation did not matter. Even if he was at the early stage of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm, as long as the world arrived, the itinerant immortal tribulation would descend. At that moment, Yi Xian's triple body fusion increased his combat power by 20%. Ding! The host's current success rate of the tribulation is 94%. The system notification sounded again. A success rate of 94% was not bad. If he had the Tribulation Transcendence Pill and the Holy Leader Token, Yi Xian could almost succeed. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Xian exchanged for a large amount of 5 elements glaze and cultivated the glaze treasure body to the 8th stage. Now, he was 100% sure that he could pass the second itinerant immortal tribulation. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly activated the heaven and earth primordial qi and began to pass the tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulation happened once every 1,000 years, and the danger level was 100 times higher. Others would delay their tribulation and not advance it, but Yi Xian directly advanced it by 1,000 years. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1654. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the Sacred Leader Token, the Azure Glaze Treasure Body, the Tribulation Passing Pill, and the Unicorn Vital Energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were 2 of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the system showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning fell. Then Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian broke through. Then it was Luoluo's turn. Luoluo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader Token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. Shouldn't be a problem. Luoluo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luoluo. Okay. Luoluo nodded. Then she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luoluo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luoluo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon Luoluo underwent her tribulation in the Penglai sacred land. She easily passed it. Luoluo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the great holy land. Luoluo. Yi Xian thought in his heart. TTTIIA. Luoluo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9-seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luoluo passed the tribulation, Wayward finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yixian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Wayward replied. When will you arrive? Yixian asked again. 3 days later, Wayward replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yixian nodded. He wanted to see where the 9th sky treasure map was. Very quickly 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yixian arrived at the 4 islands. However, before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yixian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the eye of insight, Yixian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, Wayward, Ran Xiong, and the One Thought Monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yixian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yixian and Wayward, so Yixian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yixian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yixian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yixian was only a Heaven's Ingress realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the 2nd tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yixian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a 2nd tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yixian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yixian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yixian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his 3 tribulation loose immortal, Yixian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He was also a 3 tribulation loose immortal. He must be Taoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist holy land, as well as Fairy Lu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yixian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Taoist Ling Shao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yixian, whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last holy land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yixian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yixian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background while Yixian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Taoist Ling Shao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Taoist Ling Shao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Taoist Ling Shao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Taoist Ling Shao shook his head. Chapter 1655. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yixian, you take this one. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yixian gave him before to Yixian. Okay. Yixian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Luli, the Buddhist Supreme Ran Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while Old Immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had 2. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the rogue immortals under his command and stood in the 9 seeking formation. In the center of the 9 search formation, Taoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The 9 search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the 9 search formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yixian's hand suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. South. 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. Is there any sacred ground there? Willful asked in surprise. It is my Xieyang sacred ground, Fairy Luli said. So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xieyang sacred ground? The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by Evil Buddha of the Xieyang sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xieyang sacred ground. It may not be in the Xieyang sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xieyang sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xieyang sacred ground, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the Evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Landmaster of Xieyang Holy Land was Fairy Luli. If the 9th piece of the Sky Split treasure map was in Xieyang Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Luli for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xieyang Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the Evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation Luce Immortal, and almost reach the peak of the 3rd tribulation Luce Immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yixian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xieyang Holy Land. They created a floating island and Taoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. I hope it doesn't point to the north. The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the Sky Split treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South? What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xieyang Holy Land is the southernmost holy land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 arrays still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the Sky Split treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao frowned. The Immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Taoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 3rd tribulation Luce Immortal realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the 9th piece of the Sky Split treasure map was in the Immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time Yixian suddenly found something wrong. He said, "Previously we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, the angles of the 8 pieces of the Sky Split treasure map seemed to be different from before." As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation? That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yixian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this sky-split treasure map is moving? Taoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, "But a day is nothing to us." "Okay. Then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off." "A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years." "It's nothing." At this time, except for Yixian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Luli had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yixian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was indeed moving. "It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest." Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yixian's sharp eyes. Even Taoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 tribulation loose immortals, did not discover it. Only Yixian did. Amazing. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the sky-split treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the Immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the Immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the Immortal Fall Sea, and found that the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map were still pointing to the Immortal Fall Sea. Chapter 1656. Everyone, the Immortal Fallen Sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. "Do you want to enter?" Taoist Ling Xiao asked. "Since we're already here, how can we not enter?" The Netherworld Emperor snorted. "That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try?" The Death Emperor nodded. "In that case, let's go in." Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, "You 1 tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous." "I know." Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Luli. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Luli gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Taoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yixian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Fallen Sea. Taoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9-seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld sacred land, 1 from the Life sacred land, and 1 from Yixian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak 2nd tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. "Yixian, take it easy," Headstrong said to Yixian. Yixian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yixian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhentian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yixian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yixian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others. Yixian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yixian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. Very. It. In. B. Daoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yixian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yixian and the others were good food. Yixian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only one tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yixian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 Search Formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. 7 Demons Holy Land. It's actually the 7 Demons Holy Land. Daoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yixian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? 7 Demons Holy Land? How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this 7 Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yixian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the 5th great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there. So we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the 7 Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the 7 Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The 7 Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore it was isolated. Later, the 4 great holy lands sent people to search for the 7 Demons Holy Land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal fallen sea. Everyone look. The 7 Demons Holy Land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the 7 Demons Holy Land was F*King moving. F*CK, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yixian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the 7 Demons Holy Land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Sun Zhou's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the 7 Demons Holy Land, the 7 Demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire Holy Land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the Holy Land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly, if we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right? The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, the 7 Demons Holy Land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token. He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Chapter 1657. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Daoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the 7 Fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said. Among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The 7 Fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand. Are you afraid that we will attack you? Renxiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious. But if we die, wouldn't the Death Sacred Ground and Nether Sacred Ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Renxiong coldly snorted. Then they all entered the Seven Fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Renxiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Taoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the Seven Fiends' sacred ground. After Renxiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the three of you go search and see if you can find anything, Yixian said to the Old Tree trio. Alright. Old Tree responded and then left. The Seven Fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the Seven Fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yixian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Renxiong transmitted his voice. Yixian immediately rushed over. About an hour later he arrived. When he arrived he saw that Renxiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yixian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect. Other than him there is no one else. It is truly strange, Taoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Taoist Ling Xiao continued. We've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yixian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi, and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi. Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from Seven Fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground. The Buddha nodded. This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Renxiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. No, this person is very likely to be the master of Seven Fiends sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him. The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Wait. Renxiong frowned. Let's see the situation first. The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yixian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yixian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years, and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, she might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. You are? The Buddha immediately asked. Seven Fiends sect's chief disciple Bu Tsang. The youth replied. Then your 7 baleful auras are. The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Wuxia. I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire 7 fiends' sacred ground for my own use. Wuxia explained. Refined all the baleful auras? When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When 7 fiends' sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now Wuxia said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. Everyone looking at you. You should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right? Wuxia said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Wuxia, I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave 7 fiends' sacred ground. In that case, let's go together. Wuxia stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. That's good. The Buddha's supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Wuxia's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 fiends sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. Wuxia's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Chapter 1658. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Wuxia, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 fiends' sacred ground, Wuxia. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Taoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the 7 fiends sect? The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Wuxia was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place? The immortal world, that was the world of immortals. Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Taoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on! The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it, there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life sacred ground, the death sacred ground, and the netherworld sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary. There is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map. The 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands? Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Taoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a fourth tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? Oh, the passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party, because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yixian went down with the Buddhist sect in life's sacred land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them in the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This celestial sea palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the 4 islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were second tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Renzian Wayward's grandfather and Renxiong's father also came. He was the sacred land master of life's sacred land, and had already handed the sacred lord token to his subordinates. In addition, life's sacred sect master Pang Ran and others were also present. There were more than 10 tribulation loose immortals. Everyone come, Taoist Ling Xiao said. At this time he was holding Fairy Lu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme Taoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tianzhu, Yixian, Netherworld Emperor, Butsong and Renzian each had one. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yixian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life Sacred Sex group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Taoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yixian. Yixian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son, and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the Immortal Sea Palace. Chapter 1659. This Butsong, although we know his background, he's very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the Celestial Sea Palace together. At this time the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Ranzuan, Old Immortal Tianju, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the Divine Sea Palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Bootsong, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the Divine Sea Palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding! Embers of Thunderfire died. Ding! Embers of Thunderfire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old Tree, why did he suddenly die? Old Tree, what happened? Yi Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The Old Tree appeared beside Yi Xian again and explained. Line. When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old Tree nodded. Then they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the Old Tree. In order to let them see clearly, the Old Tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash to cross that line, everyone saw the Old Tree's body directly explode. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has been revived. The Old Tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded. The Old Tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it. Yi Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Yes. We might need to use it. Renzo nodded and then his gaze fell on the Old Tree. At that moment, Yi Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the Old Tree. Then he let the Old Tree try again. This time when the Old Tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The 2 of them were together, but nothing happened. Then Yi Xian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the Old Tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Yi Xian. This time they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Taoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The Old Tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. Seems that some of us will have to leave. Taoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Renzuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Bootsong was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, No one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps we don't have to go through so much trouble, Yixian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. Yes, you have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Yixian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now Yixian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yixian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yixian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Bootsong, there were only 9 people. Chapter 1660. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Bootsong. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. Tsk tisk, that's 12 people. Renzuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life-sacred land. What is this place? Renxiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Taoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. No, a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist Supreme asked curiously. Immortal world? The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world? Immortal? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. This moment everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained. To be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago, and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Taoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued. Let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the Sky Split treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life-sacred land weren't worried, because Yixian had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life-sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Yixian probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. My lord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then he reminded them, You're in luck. My immortal destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a Sky Split treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Destiny sect. When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this Immortal Destiny sect? The Immortal Destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter its fate, you all have the qualifications to join the Immortal Destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm? When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, What level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the Immortal Destiny sect? I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals. In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible, answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, a 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the Immortal Destiny sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 1661. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saint sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Yixian, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the Immortal Destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Yixian's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. Look over there. A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's holy land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's heart sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Yixian was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. What are you doing? Taoist Ling Xiao shouted. Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the Exploding Flame Bandits, a group of hotheads. The leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our Exploding Flame Bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death. Someone on the side reminded. Flying boat bandits? Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. You 3, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. The Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect? When the 3 heard this, they could not help but look at each other. Then burst out laughing at the same time. Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect? The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, Looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother, attack. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. Not good, let's go. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome. Even though they have several third tribulation loose immortals on their side, the enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. They cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation, and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no! There are at least 10 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 4th rank Loose Immortals and 5 Tribulation Loose Immortals. How were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. We're in. I'm in too. The 2 of them shouted in unison. However, Bootsong, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 Tribulation Loose Immortals were stunned. Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution. The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it! Taoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the Exploding Flame Bandits. We're in too. They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell. Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then, he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh! The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. Where did he go? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way, Taoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4 Tribulation Loose Immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5 Tribulation Loose Immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the Exploding Flame Bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore, Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that Immortal Destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yixian was afraid that the Immortal Destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yixian had left a death warrant on Ranxiong and Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the other three, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Butsong. That Butsong is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yixian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attacked together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yixian thought to himself. At this time, Wayward suddenly asked in the planted space, "Yixian, what happened?" After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits, Yixian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wayward couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yixian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow. Chapter 1662. It's been there for half a day? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He remembered the location and continued to chase after it. He was following the death hunt command, but at this time, the flying ship had been in the same position for more than half a day and had not moved. He did not know what it was doing. However, it took Yixian more than 2 days to get there. He was very close to the targets of the death hunt command. So it's Bandit Mountain. The airship is still there. Yixian scanned the Bandit Mountain with his eye of revelation. He found that most of the people there were bodiless immortals. Some of them were even undergoing tribulation. However, the Buddhist Supreme Taoist Ling Xiao and the others were controlled together. As for the people on the side of the Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor, they were successfully integrated into the bandit group. Birds of a feather flock together. The exploding flame bandits have just been established. There's a 5th tribulation bodiless immortal in the airship and another in the Bandit Mountain. There are 24th tribulation bodiless immortals and close to 103rd tribulation bodiless immortals. Yixian thought to himself. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. However, this was an opportunity for Yixian. He was only an early 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal. Other than Luo Luo, who was a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were about the same. Therefore, if he could rob the exploding flame bandits, he would definitely be able to break through. However, the airship had not left yet. The exploding flame bandits were too powerful. Therefore, Yixian decided to wait. After waiting here for half a day, the flying ship finally moved. The exploding flame bandits took turns to patrol. They would capture anyone they saw and kill anyone who did not agree to join them. This time, those who stayed in the Bandit Mountain were the ones that Yixian had met before. However, the Emperor of Death and the others had left in the airship. This would make things easier for Yixian. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhenqian, let's go. Yixian's eyes flashed. An hour after the flying boat left, he finally made his move. There were many bandits on this Bandit Mountain, so Yixian used a controlling method. Using the Eye of the Soul, he could control at least 50 rogue immortals of the same level. At the same level, he was at the early stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. As for Luo Luo, because she was reborn as a demon, she no longer knew how to charm people. The reason why Yixian didn't use his Eye of Soul earlier was because he couldn't control the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals when they came out of the flying boat. The difference between a 3 tribulation loose immortal and a 4 tribulation loose immortal was not 1 stage but 3. The Old Tree was the fastest. He took the lead and rushed in. Along the way, he dealt with a few 1st and 2nd tribulation loose immortals. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy. I might as well use that devouring point. With that in mind, Yixian added the devouring points he had obtained to the Immortal Slaying Bloodline's Mark of Slaughter. However, the effect of this devouring point was beyond Yixian's expectations. The Mark of Slaughter, which could be used 3 times a day, couldn't be used consecutively. In other words, he couldn't use the Immortal Slaying Breath Strike 3 times at once. However, he could use it after leveling up once. Haha, come on. Yixian raised his brows and directly used the Slaughter Seal. Moreover, he used it 3 times in a row. 2 marks of slaughter could summon an immortal slaying puppet. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a sage-like old man appeared beside him. This old man carried a long sword on his back. An immortal slaying puppet. This immortal slaying puppet was 1 stage higher than Yi Xian. It was a mid-stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal, and had leveled up once because of the mark of slaughter. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the immortal slaying puppet. The immortal slaying puppet instantly shot out at a speed no slower than the old tree. After consuming 2 marks of slaughter, the immortal slaying puppet's strength was not to be underestimated. It was no weaker than the old tree. In an instant, there were countless corpses at the foot of Bandit Mountain. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhentian the immortal slaying puppet, and the peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal Luo Luo all charged in. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian still had a mark of slaughter on him. As long as he killed, he could form another mark of slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the second mark of slaughter was formed. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could summon another immortal slaying puppet. However, Yi Xian kept the 2 marks of slaughter. If he could form 3 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying breath slash. If he could form 4 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slashing arrow. If he was lucky enough to get 5 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying sword formation. There were many people in Bandit Mountain. There were at least 500 of them. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 4 marks of slaughter. However, it was not easy. A strong enemy is coming. Then, all the 4th tribulation loose immortals moved out. After all, no one below the 4th tribulation loose immortal realm could withstand Luo Luo's punch. At this time, Yi Xian had already controlled many bandits and was ready to kill a few 4th tribulation loose immortals. It's you. At this time a familiar voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 3 4th tribulation loose immortals. Good, let's get rid of them first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian all moved out and used their trump cards. Luo Luo transformed into the Heavenly Loathing Fox. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Sword Blade Storm. Undying Fighting Soul. Heavenly Flame Right. Under all kinds of big moves, the 3 of them had to resist with all their strength. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the others could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the 3 of them were killed. The 3 of them were only early 4th tribulation loose immortals. There was not much difference in their cultivation levels. After the 3 of them died, they gave Yi Xian a lot of killing intent. In addition to the immortal slaying puppets and the people controlled by Yi Xian condensed the 3rd slaughter mark. At this time, Yi Xian could choose to increase his combat strength by 3 times, or use the immortal slaying breath strike. However, there was still a 5th tribulation loose immortal in Bandit Mountain. Therefore he felt that he should wait. After all, as long as the system determined that he was in a battle, the slaughter mark would not disappear. Chapter 1663. Who is being impudent? Finally, an aged voice drowned out all the sounds of battle and entered Yi Xian's ears. The main character had finally appeared. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a burly man flying out of Bandit Mountain. This aura was indeed that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. This person was none other than the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial that Yi Xian had seen in the swift boat earlier. However, Yi Xian had already obtained a large number of interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Embers of Thunderfire made a breakthrough. He is now at the middle stage of 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. A series of system notifications rang out. The strength of Yi Xian and the others immediately soared. Because of the difference in their realms, Yi Xian couldn't figure out the strength of this burly man. Was he an early 5th tribulation loose immortal or a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal? If it was an early stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be able to deal with it. However, if it was a peak stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gap between them would be huge. Old Tree, Ghost Dome, Great Emperor Wei Zhenqian, you guys deal with him. Yi Xian immediately said. These 3 people could be resurrected indefinitely, so Yi Xian was very assured. As for the immortal slaying puppet and Luoluo, as well as the bandits controlled by Yi Xian, they continued to reap the lives of others. Luoluo, who had transformed into her true form as a sky-loath fox, was extremely powerful. Although she was only a peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, she could manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth elemental chi to strengthen her attacks. Heavenly Flame Right. One fireball after another smashes down from the sky. This power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th tribulation loose immortal. You actually dare to cause trouble for my exploding flame bandits? You're courting death. The brawny man was also enraged and attacked with all his might. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone Old Tree and the other 2. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Blade Storm. Even though Yi Xian doesn't think this kind of attack can kill this 5th tribulation loose immortal, but it can at least stall for some time before leaving. At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching Taoist Ling Xiao. Eye of Assassination. After reaching a certain distance, Yi Xian arrived in front of Taoist Ling Xiao in a flash. Yi Xian? Taoist Ling Xiao and the others were very surprised. They had been tricked by the Death Emperor, so they were controlled by the bandits. Let's not talk about that for now. Come in first. Without another word, Yi Xian directly put Taoist Ling Xiao, Supreme Buddha, Ranzuan, and the others into the planting space. Then, he broke through the void and came to Luolua's side. At this moment, Bandit Mountain was already littered with corpses. No, there were countless walking corpses. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor, a middle stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal, directly revived those who were weaker than him and joined the battle. From the beginning they had the upper hand. And when Yi Xian went to rescue her, Luoluo actually killed a 4th tribulation middle stage expert by herself. That was too terrifying. After all, she was fighting 1 against 3. It's about time. Just a little more and it will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he joined Luoluo's battle. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could increase his combat power by 3 times at any time. But what he wanted was 4 slaughter seals. Soon, the bandits in Bandit Mountain either ran away or were killed and turned into Ghost Dome Grand Emperor's battle corpses. Then, Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level increased again, reaching the peak of 3rd tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, there were not many enemies left in Bandit Mountain. As for the 5th tribulation loose immortal, he was also held back by Old Tree and the others. He could not be killed, nor could he escape. It was too miserable. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this moment, a system notification sounded suddenly. Finally, there were 4 slaughter seals. I don't care if you're a 5th tribulation loose immortal at the early stage or peak stage. Die! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used 4 slaughter seals to condense a celestial eliminating arrow. The target of the celestial eliminating arrow was the target of the death hunting order, which was the burly man. Whoosh! In an instant, the celestial eliminating arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was so fast that the burly man was shocked. Oh no! The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, this celestial eliminating arrow was no small matter. It was a tracking arrow, and this time Yi Xian was aiming at the burly man's head. If it did not hit the target, the celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear. In addition, the celestial eliminating arrow was condensed by Yi Xian after his breakthrough. Its power was not that simple. Whoosh! The celestial eliminating arrow was very fast, but the first time, it pierced the burly man's afterimage. Originally, the burly man could not do anything to Old Tree and the others. Now, with the addition of the celestial eliminating arrow, it was even more difficult. Not only that, but the immortal slaying puppet Luoluo and dozens of experts also came to help. At this moment, the burly man was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Damn it, if the flying boat was here, I would kill you with 1 blow. The burly man cursed angrily in his heart. This explosive flame bandits was built by him single-handedly. The flying boat was also built by him personally. It was a pseudo-immortal artifact with extremely strong attack power. It was a pity that the flying boat had gone out to travel. Soon, the burly man became very passive under the besiegement of the crowd. At this moment, the celestial eliminating arrow suddenly whistled over. In desperation, the burly man could only raise his hand to block. Poof! The celestial eliminating arrow easily pierced through the burly man's arm and then into his head. Fortunately, the burly man's physique was relatively strong. The celestial eliminating arrow only pierced less than half a finger into his head. The celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear until it hit the target. Because the burly man's physique was strong, this blow did not kill the burly man. However, Yixian's lips slightly curled up. Celestial eliminating arrow explode. Bang! This celestial eliminating arrow that almost killed the burly man suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the slaughter seal's advancement. Although the power was not strong, it still made the burly man dizzy. This also bought time for the others. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Sword Blade Storm. Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Soul Hooking Claw. Void Flame Sword Wave. The attacks of the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhantian, Luo Luo the Immortal Slaying Puppet, and Yixian all landed on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was directly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yixian had already rushed over and took the burly man's interspatial ring. Yixian did not know the identity of the burly man, but as one of the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials of the explosive flame bandits, he must be very rich. If these things were given to Yixian just now, it would be enough for him to break through twice. However, Yixian was currently at the peak of the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, so it was not enough for him to shorten the time to break through to 0. He still had about 50 years. Chapter 1664. Now that I'm in the lesser immortal realm, I don't have the sacred leader token and can't merge with my clone. It won't be that easy to increase my chances of passing the tribulation. Yixian narrowed his eyes and exchanged for some supreme grade glass, cultivating his vitreous treasure body to the 9th stage. His chances of passing the tribulation had reached 90%. He estimated that as long as he could devour as much as he could, he would have a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Now that the burly man was dead, Yixian had taken over the entire bandit mountain. As for the 50 itinerant immortals, Yixian had thrown them all into the plant dimension. The plant dimension was his domain. Even if a 5th tribulation cultivator entered, Yixian could kill them with a thought. As long as I kill everyone in that airship, I'll be able to pass the tribulation. Yixian thought to himself. Luo Luo had been stuck at peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal for a long time. As long as Yixian broke through, she could continue cultivating. Yixian immediately rushed toward the airship. On the flying boat, there was also the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor. These 2 people had been ordered by Yixian to die. However, the airship was very fast. Even Yixian, who had broken through to peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal, couldn't move as fast as a 5th of it. Fortunately, Yixian had obtained the airship's route from the burly man's interspatial ring after he'd slaughtered the exploding flame bandits. Thus, he simply circled to the front of the airship and waited quietly. As expected, the airship rapidly approached Yixian a day later. Alright, come out the bait. Yixian released a portion of the 50 people he'd controlled and changed his appearance to blend into the crowd. Then, he watched helplessly as the flying boat approached. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The airship tore through the air and stopped in front of the group of people. Gotcha! The cabin door of the flying boat suddenly opened, and several people came out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man. Why are you here? What are you doing here? The old man clearly recognized the people controlled by Yixian and asked curiously. My lord, this is bad. Our territory has been taken over by a powerhouse. Our leader has fallen. A peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal replied. What? Our leader has fallen? The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, You come in. He didn't hesitate and led Yixian and the others into the airship. Yixian had fallen into the tiger's den. Inside the airship, the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Great Emperor were already on good terms with the group of bandits. This time they had made a lot of contributions. However, as soon as Yixian entered the airship, he immediately activated Eye of Soul as Soul. Control successful control. Success control as a few system notifications sounded out in succession. The Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor were directly controlled by Yixian. The hatred in their hearts instantly vanished. What happened? Yes. Second leader, this is bad. Something has happened to our home, the old man said anxiously. What happened? The second leader asked in surprise. Then the representative controlled by Yixian immediately described the situation. Of course, this was a made-up story. A mysterious powerhouse killed our big brother after dozens of rounds of battle? The second leader's eyes flashed. His big brother was a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, one realm higher than him. However, such a powerhouse was killed within 100 rounds of battle. His opponent was at least a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, or even a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, he was the one controlling the airship now. If he drove it back, he could seriously injure a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal with his full strength. Bastard, I'll kill you. The second leader was furious. He immediately drove the airship back to his home at full speed. During this time, Yixian used the Eye of Control to control more than 20 people. Although he only had 50 people, more than 20 people were trapped in the planting space so he could continue to control them. Now, these 50 people were all on the airship, and 15 of them were 3rd Tribulation itinerant immortals. In addition, the Explosive Flame Bandits had 7 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals and the second leader, a 5th Tribulation itinerant immortal. Now that the Slaughter Seal has leveled up, I can use it 3 times in a row, which allows me to use the Immortal Slaying Breath Strike instantly. However, it's better to use the Slaughter mode directly to increase my strength by 3 times, and then use the Unicorn Descent to trample him to death. Yixian thought to himself. However, the power of the Unicorn Descent after its strength was increased by 3 times was too strong. He was afraid that it would damage the airship. It seemed that he had to play some tricks. The airship had not flown for long when it suddenly made a cracking sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look and found that the cabin door of the airship was suddenly opened. Then, someone directly attacked and killed the bandits around. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled, but before they could react, these murderers had already rushed out. ****, catch them. Immediately, some 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals chased after them, but what awaited them were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Every 4th Tribulation itinerant immortal was killed. At the same time, many people rushed out, and the entire airship was suddenly empty. When the second leader who was driving the airship heard the commotion, he could not help but stop and rush out. There was a restriction on the airship, and only he and the first leader knew how to collect it. However, the moment he left the airship suddenly disappeared. What? The second leader was shocked. Before he could react, he was greeted by the Unicorn Descent. Before that, Yixian had used the Slaughter Seal 3 times and used it all to increase his strength. 3 times. The Unicorn Descent. Boom! With just one kick, the second leader was seriously injured by the Unicorn Descent. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. At this time, the Unicorn Descent's second kick landed. Bam! The second kick landed on the second leader and killed him directly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yixian launched the 3rd Unicorn Descent. This time, the target was 2 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals standing together. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, there were only 5 experts left in the Explosive Flame Bandits. Soon, under the siege of Yixian and the others, they were all killed. This time, Yixian obtained a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, and most importantly, the airship. However, the airship was not important for the time being. There were more important things to do next. Ding! The host's success rate is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? Chapter 1665. Yes. Yixian immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. For consecutive crossings. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has passed the third tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Luo Luo has passed the third tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has passed the third tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding! Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the third tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now in early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yixian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yixian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation loose celestial, he had already killed a 5 tribulation loose celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation loose celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then Yixian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Zhentian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yixian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heavenspan treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Willful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny sect, we might still be able to join, Yixian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. Taoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yixian said. Thank you. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yixian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world it was possible. Immediately, Taoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ranzuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yixian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Yixian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time it was too big of a target. On the second night of Yi Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. "How dare you intercept me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortals. "Sir." At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked. Who are you?" The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked, "Isn't this airship from the explosive flame bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Who are you?" Yi Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the 2 leaders of the explosive flame bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. "I'm the 3rd leader of the explosive flame bandits, Yi Qian. Why are you looking for my 2 brothers?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "I see." The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the explosive flame bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Yi Xian had launched an attack. "What?" The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to attack. "Tisk tsk. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it." In the airship, Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom! The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. "What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow? How is this possible?" The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the explosive flame bandits did it. Chapter 1666. Let's try again. Yi Xian activated the explosive flame flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Yi Xian's flying ship. Boom! Boom! The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Yi Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense? This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run, the flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the 3rd huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2 5 tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. Tisk, it's too late to run now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant, he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the 3 from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other 3. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the 6 from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the 6 of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed the 6 of them. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the Old Tree had died and revived beside Yi Xian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yi Xian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, the bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong. However, at this moment, ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Yes. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yi Xian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again. I'm in need of them, Yi Xian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yi Xian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Oh right, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, Your Excellency, why are you stopping here? The young-looking 6th tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, This is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed. He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship? You want to buy the flaming flying ship? Hearing this, Yixian paused for a moment and then replied directly, "Sorry, no. What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use?" It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase one attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yixian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. "Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price," the young man said. "Oh, then tell me,